Well, everybody, welcome back to a very special edition of the BlunderSpeaker Show. Welcome back, or indeed welcome if you are new. I am your host, Tepid Goose, as always. And as I say, this is a particularly special edition of the show for a number of reasons. First of all, I imagine the clickbait title that I will choose for this video is probably catching maybe one or two pieces of attention that maybe the channel had not before. That is because I am playing with a pretty extraordinary team. You may well have seen before this video goes live, I do intend to post a primer and a descriptor of this team and kind of how it works. It's quite complex. You can see here there are 4 boards, so this is a four spirit team, which I will be removing my face from the screen at some point here to kind of get everything. And actually, now that I say it, I just can't make it through an intro without blundering. I forgot to bring up my where are we here? My video on that screen. Yeah, so I remember to look at this screen. So I have where was I? My goodness me. I've got 4 boards. I've got 4 spirits. This is the end. This is the culmination of a year and a half, or something along those lines, of a gauntlet, a challenge, a achievement that I've set myself, which is, you've probably heard me say it a million times before. I have tried to beat every 6-6 combo in the game. And I have tried to do it with every spirit in the game. Now, so far, I have managed to win against a 6-6 with every single spirit in the game, thankfully. So that part is done. I have one 6-6 combo left to do, so I've done 27 of the 28. Not including the reverse of each, which will be another thing for the future. But I'm only counting essentially the 28 different combinations of all 8 adversaries. This is the last one that I have left to do. This is the final boss. Is it the hardest one? Probably not, no, but it's certainly up there. And we are, of course, as you've probably seen in the description and the intro to the video, playing against Habsburg Livestock, Brandenburg Prussia. So Habsburg are going to be leading here, and it's all kinds of challenging, which I'll get into in just a moment. This is going to be an attempt at a kind of a speed run. I will spend a little bit of time talking through the combo, but as I said, I've done a primer on that, and that's gonna go into the details. So if you haven't watched the primer on this, I kind of strongly suggest you go and do that first. If I think of it, I'll put the link here and I upload it onto my channel, because that's going to be really important to kind of understand how this works. I've tested this a couple of times, and I have really put this team and tested them to their limits, and they responded with resounding success. So I do believe we are looking at the strongest team possible in Spirit Island. I'll be very surprised if anybody can find a team better than this. It's completely insane. So I have played against this 6-6 on the table here with a different set of spirits, and I got absolutely demolished. And I'm pretty sure this team should beat them quite handily. However, I have yet to test against the kind of Brandenburg Prussia combos. This is, as I say, very, very challenging. It's got Brandenburg Prussia, which has a stage 3 up front. Really hard, really tough, and I haven't yet tested that. The board topology matters a lot, and that bit is going to be challenging. But other than that, I'm kind of going to try to play this game not so optimally. You've probably seen on the channel before now, I've got a bunch of like 6, 7, 8 hour videos on here. I'm trying to play this one a little bit of a speed run. And because the team is so good, I think I can get away with that just a little bit here and not really optimize every single decision, because that takes too long. And I do imagine, or maybe suspect, that there will be some people wanting to come in to watch the team as opposed to me. And that is totally understandable. So I'm going to try to get through all of that as quickly as I can. I usually waffle for about a half an hour. I'm not going to do that today. As I say, the primer is done, so go and check that out. But just very, very quickly, I'll just give you a brief gist of what the team is here. So let's have a little look here. We've got Fractured Day, Split the Sky, the best spirit in the game. You probably all know what it does by now. Slip the Flow of Time is the left innate there. That's essentially what it is doing in this particular game. You've also got the right innate there that's kind of, looking at events and giving us some information there, so that'll help too. And essentially this is just a bot that sits there and slips every single turn. That's almost going to be it. It has some cards. They all have blank text apart from Blur the Arc of Years. We won't be using Absolute Stasis, even though it can be one of its good cards. It has blank text as as well. So this is a blank text spirit, apart from that left and 8 there, which is slip the flow of time. I've had it on the channel before. We've seen what it does by now. You probably all know it. It's the best power in the game by a country mile. So let's see how that we get to use that in this combo. After that, then, well, actually, I'm going to skip forward to the right hand side of my screen here, which is shifting memory with the mentor aspect. So if I just skip over here, sorry, and show, we've got the mentor aspect here. And as I talked about in my primer, this is sort of a newer variant, or at least an updated variant on old cheese team type of combos. Because what we're going to be doing here with shifting memory is also quite simple. It is also a bit of a support bot that just sits in play, doing essentially two things. One of them is going to be this mentor that's going to give out cards into play for the other two spirits, which is going to be really, really good. And then the other thing it does is it's going to do elemental teachings and just give elements to the spirits. And other than that, this spirit is kind of going to sit in play and do very little else, most likely. So that's the two easy ones. After that, then we've got, let's go back here and we'll look at Serpent, which is one of the ones in the middle here. And this is kind of the whole thing, really. If you look at that left and 8 there, Serpent wakes in power. It is essentially the middle level is the add a presence at range 1, and other spirits with 2 or more absorbed presence may do likewise. So it's a hyper proliferate type of strategy here. We'll see how it all plays out. I'm not going to dwell on it right now, but the whole idea here, you can see the card absorb essence on your screen. We're going to play this a million times. We're going to get loads of energy, we're going to give out elements, and everyone's going to get absorbed presence. Well, not everyone. 2 spirits most likely will probably get a bunch of absorbed presence, and then they get to proliferate, they get energy, all that kind of good stuff. So that's kind of the general gist of what Serpent is attempting to do here. And do bear in mind that right in 8, the third level of that in 8, which is blank text the vast majority of time when you play Spirit Island, that is not the case in this combo. That is a very relevant element of this combo, and it comes up late in the game. So do be on the lookout for that quake as we move towards the game there. We have some other support powers. We also have this really highly important element here, which is Elemental Aegis. This is going to allow us to defend 2 in target land and all adjacent lands. And then for every presence track on your Deep Slumber track, which is where all those absorbed presence go that I talked about, you're going to get an additional defend 1. So this is going to let us defend for 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 throughout the game, and we will see how that works as well as we go. Other than that, you've got Flowing Player, which is spur on with Words of Fire as a unique, which is insane. And then you've got Gift of the Primordial Deeps, which will come up here and there. Another excellent card, but it's not super relevant in this combination. And then finally, the element of the team, which is kind of broken, and the newest iteration of this kind of cheese team variant. This is my sort of team because I've added this Finder here, and it does absolutely insane things. We've seen Finder on the channel, I believe, once, maybe twice before. This is actually my favorite spirit. I have decided it has surpassed Starlight, and it is now my favorite spirit. And you will see the things that this spirit gets to do when we get to hyper proliferate it early in the game. We're going to be maxing innates. We're going to be jamming all of these really, really powerful unique powers that all just kind of move stuff around the board. Again, I don't want to delay on this and dwell on this, because if you're watching this video, you're probably interested in somewhat complex elements of Spirit Island. You probably know Finder by now. It's not really a kind of a beginner type or novice type video here that I'm pitching, so I don't want to dwell too much on stuff that I suspect most people will know. Very last thing here is going to be Brandenburg Prussia and Habsburg Livestock are the 2 adversaries, both at level 6, of course. Again, it's the lost condition, top left of the card there. It's the number of blight that come off during ravage actions that deal 8 or more damage, and if that number ever exceeds players, the invaders win. Exceeds players meaning we can take 4 lost condition blight, and because we're not playing with Sweden this time around, that means 4 individual ravages, or maybe it means some blight cascades in there as well. So we can have 4 of them. If it ever gets to the 5th, we are going to lose the game there, which is quite interesting. And of course, you've got your usual stuff, the durable stuff. We've got the building 2 towns, we've got the gather, we've got the extra damage in level 2, all that kind of stuff here. And we of course then have Brandenburg Prussia, which makes the deck 3, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, and we will hide in the Habsburg Reminder card under the 5th card as well. That's the setup, right? As I say, I'm now, what am I, 10 minutes into the video, and I'm about to start here, which is rare for me. I do have a can of beer to celebrate. I'm looking at the wrong screen. I do have a can of beer to celebrate. I actually have a second one in the fridge if I need it. So, it's as I say, a little bit of a celebratory game here. It's the end of a long journey, and it is the introduction of something quite new and special into the look, that makes me sound great or something, and I don't want to be like that, right? But when I say new and special, this for me is it's an evolution, or it's an iteration of Spirit Island a little bit here. Very few people will ever play this. To be honest, I won't play this very much because it's just dumb. It's too strong, and it's not really Spirit Island at all. But it's interesting to see how it works, and I did find this quite an interesting exercise. And hopefully, you will find this video interesting. I'll do my best to not slow it down. As I say, I'm going to try play it quite fast if I can. We've got the 16 fear. We've got a bunch of fear cards there. Fear doesn't matter with this team. We can almost ignore it. The Healthy Island card is over there. We're hoping to not flip that. That's an important part of how this team works. Other than that, let's just get playing. We're starting with a stage 3, and we are, of course, going to escalate as part of that. So the escalation is going to be the support adversary, which in this case is Brandenburg Prussia. And I just check over here. It's going to be, you do it straight away, right? So you do it after the explore here. So I escalate, and the escalation. Let's just quickly look at what it says here. On each board with buildings, add a building to a land without it, or add a town to a land without a town. So town to a land without a town. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to avoid our sands and our mountains if we can, so we'll probably keep these away from the inland because we may look to pocket. We'll go on the coast with that one. Over here, can we go on the coast? We can. In there, that's 1. Over here, can we go on the coast? No, so we'll look to go in. Actually, we have what? We actually are forced on that board to add it into one of our lands without, what do you call it? Without, it's funny, sands and mountains are all the empty lands over here, but that's fine. Let's go and add it to, I think, this land, because it's central, and we will want, for example, if you look here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lovely little central area for elemental ages. That's going to be quite nice. I see another one over here that's kind of got 4 adjacent lands. So looks like we've got some good setup, and another one here as well. So the stage 3 cards with the Aegis, this is the bit I haven't fully tested yet, how good Aegis is going to be on the board, but I see a couple of good options there, so that's pretty nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 4 or 5 different spots that look good here. So anyway, that's that one. And then so we've done this board, we've done this board, we've done this board, and then finally over on this board we'll go into that land there. That's all of that. Now we'll actually explore. So over here we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. And it is quite nice. 2, 3, and 4 to be able to just explore with single explorers. No Russian nonsense with just explorers that are going to do extra damage, or France nonsense with extra explorers, a HME nonsense, none of that. We're not exploring with towns on the coast because of Scotland, none of those kind of things. We're here and we're playing fair, I would say, for the most part. Not really. Let me get a sip of that beer there now while I mull this over for a second or two. So, for me here, absolute no-brainer is we are going to want to do a elemental aegis in that land. That's the first thing that's jumping out at me. It covers 6 lands, so that's easy. So that's one of the first things we'll build our turn around. After that, we know what Finder's going to do in the first turn. So I'm going to set up Finder, and we'll start to look at what the topology looks like little bit there. So we're going to go the extra card play. We're going to go from the bottom track, and we're going to play our 2 0-cost cards, which are Circuitous and Paths. That's the kind of opening. We're going to get the 2 elements of Serpent here. I know that in advance, so that is going to give me my max left in 8, and it is going to give me an isolate if I need it as well. I mean, I probably will, because isolates are nice for not allowing the gather with the town as well, so that's fine. So one thing I can do, for example, here, knowing I have the left in 8, I could empty this land, right, because I'm in it, and it's range 0, so that's one thing I can do. I can only go at range 1 here. So I'm only going to be able to remove range 1 from one of my presents around here. And I know I'm going to also have to sacrifice 2 of my presents on this turn as well in the fast. So there's a lot of things that I'm shortcutting in my head because I know about the combo here. So again, this is where I'm going to have to, I can't stop and explain all of this, but you'll see it as we start to play the turn out. So I know I have to sack 2 presents. I'll only have 1 for the fast phase here. And then that kind of, I need to line up the circuitous and the paths tide in the slow as well. So paths tide is going to let us move 2 invaders to a land that has the same terrain. So is there anywhere here that moving 2 invaders out somewhere could be interesting? I imagine we'll probably have the adjacent towns more or less everywhere on this board. So I'm not 100% sure that we'll be able to manage that here. Board land order very quickly over here. So we'll gather there. Can we prevent any gathers? No, not really. So everything's going to gather on that board. Over on this board, yeah, we'll work through that as we do the build. I'm not really going to be able to map all of that out. It's just going to take too long here. So anyway, Serpent is going to go add a presence from the top track. And it's also going to gain 4 energy here. And it's going to play Absorb Essence. So that's going to give it 1 plus 4 is 5 total. We'll go 3 in here. And we'll go 2 on Absorb, and we'll be getting a bunch more off that now quite shortly. We're going to be able to proliferate on the first turn, so that'll give us our range 1 into that land. So we don't have to place into that land here. So with this presence, I'm thinking about where best then to defend next turn. So as I said, there was a couple of spots here. So there's one that has 4 adjacent lands. There's one that has 4 adjacent lands as well. This one is quite nice because it gives us access to this land twice. And this land we know, because it's got a town in there, that's going to go double build town, then pull in a town. So that's going to want to have 2 defends on it, essentially, if it can. So I have to imagine that an Aegis in this land here next turn looks pretty good. So let me just go ahead and place that in there. I think that looks like a good spot for that presence down there. That gives us double defend in there. It gives us defend on all of these. So these ones here, just to look at the mats on them, they're going to go build a town, then gather a town. So that's going to be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's going to be easily covered by Absorb Presence. So the single explorers here are nowhere near a concern. The town lands then are going to look like build 2 towns. That's up to 3, and then it's going to gather 1, which puts it up to 4. So those lands are going to look like 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and then generally with an adjacent land that's going to go up to 11. Now we're not going to be able to get Absorb Essence to cover an 11 Ravage. Absorb Essence will be for 8. That's the kind of baseline of the combo. The Absorb Essence defends for 8. So it can essentially stop up to 9 damage there, which will be essentially these lands with a single building will be covered if I can remove the adjacent town, which I may well be able to do with some of the kind of tricks and moving things around here. So that could work. But you can see here there's a bunch of these kind of lands that are also close to each other that sort of, will both contain towns. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to shut that off with a stage 3 card. That generally only works with the kind of 1 terrain card as opposed to 2 terrain cards. So that's something just to consider here. Other than that, then, what else do we have going here? Let me see. So we can let, for example, that land up there go, because as we said, that's only going to ravage for 7. So I think there's probably going to be a handful of lands here with the stage 3 starting card that we'll just have to let go. We'll take a couple of blight, and then we won't take many more after that for the rest of the game. We're really trying to not flip that blight card. That's really important for us here, because that starts introducing presence sacrifice effects into the game, which I really, really don't want. So I think I'm going to mark the lands here, which I will let go. I'll let that one go most likely. Over up here. So if I were to... So I'll get 2 Aegises next turn. or I can have, sorry, two ages next turn, or I can take the absorb essence one less time next turn, and I can have 3 ages. I might be able to get 3 ages next turn. That's also something to consider. Maybe, maybe not. Not 100% sure about that. The other thing I just forgot to do here, which I need to do right now, is my days that never were. Let's flip them over. Gift of Power, Dire Metamorphosis, Elusive Ambushes, Blood Draw Predators. Nothing spectacular there. I mean, Gift of Power is good for sure, but elementally, which is almost the only thing that matters, nothing particularly good. Blood Rack Plague, Sea Monsters, Bargain of Coursing Paths, and Power Storm. Oh, baby. You better believe we'll be picking that one up. Okay. Huge. Bargain of Coursing Paths is insane as well, but that one's a little bit. I mean, I was about to say it's a little bit tricky. It's actually not that tricky. Threshold that thing easily, but I don't want to be forgetting any of my uniques for now. So Bargain of Coursing Paths, while it's amazing, it's a little bit all in, and I don't need to go all in right now. I think I'll just be able to G3, pick up one of the Gift of Power or something, and or actually probably one of the other ones that help threshold the Power Storm, and then just take Power Storm next turn, and that kind of thing should be pretty fine here. So anyway, with all of that said here, so Absorb Essence. So what I said was I could let the one Explorer Ravages go. So in theory, if I was to just let 1 and 2 go, don't know if that there's a Dahan in there, but we should be okay. This one will be a lost condition, needless to say. So that'll be a problem, which we can solve with Finder here. This will be a lost condition as well. So let's look at what I need to sort of solve with Finder. I'll just mark them in red for now here. 1, 2. The rest in the middle will all be solved. This one would still blight, but it won't be a lost condition, so I'll probably take that blight there as well. That one, that one, that one all get defended. This one we can defend with the shifting memory defend, so that's also fine. That'll give us a defend of 3 in there. Well, either there or there. Depends. So for now, I think there's blight coming in that land as well. Now over here, then we've got 2 other lands which we said we want to solve. So they're the kind of Finder lands that we need to look at, and Finder has a lot of actions that are going to be able to do things here, more than you'll probably anticipate. So that's the sort of board layout there that we're looking at. Circuitous and Wending Journey can go into either of these lands in more or less the same fashion here. So that's pretty good. We can also combine Paths Tied by Nature with some other effect here. So if we take a look here, for example, Paths Tied by Nature. So this land down here is kind of stuck in the corner. That's going to build, but then it's not going to be able to gather a town. So we know that's only going to have three invaders in it. So Paths Tied by Nature can take that out, empty the 2 buildings out of it, and dump them somewhere. Probably in that middle land. Well, actually, my presence is going to be too limited for that because I can't open the ways into that middle land. So that's a bit tricky. So on the first turn, as I see, you've only got 1 presence. Then you add 1 more. Finder. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I'm thinking is I can go add a presence at range 1 in here, push 2 of these things out. So that will go here. No. Oh, yeah, again, the presence placement is the tricky thing here. I'm not going to say it all out loud. Actually, aid from the spirit speakers this land next turn. So actually, that's probably fine. This isn't going to build. So if I could isolate that land, neither of those, they both end up with the 3 invaders on that land that's showing right there. And that actually might work quite well to sort of clear both of them out there. So I think that's a decent thing to be able to do. What I'm looking at is aid from the spirit speakers for that next turn as opposed to the fast thing this turn. So I think that's pretty good. So I like the sound of that. So then what do? Do I do this stuff over here with circuitous? Push the 2 invaders out of there. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I have to go in there. Gonna take care of some stuff over here, but I think I do that next turn. Pretty sure I do that next turn. I'm gonna isolate this land. So they're gonna be my problems for next turn. This land is gonna get isolated now. Which means when the after build happens here, there's nowhere to gather into these lands. So that pushing 2 out of both of them lands next turn will sort some problems, which is pretty good. So other than that, then the circuitous, I think, in here. So then here's the other thing that I need to consider. Well, let me just do then the rest of the spirits here. Now, the first turn on this is super complex. So as I say, I'm going to try play fast, but I have to get the first turn right. The first turn is complex. I'm going to go ahead and play the other ones because this is quite straightforward. It's really the Aegis mats and the Finder mats are the 2 things that you have to consider here. Sorry, not study. Share secrets of survival and elemental teachings. I'm going to put the Boon of Ancient Memories under Mentor because we're giving that one away, and then the study is in my hand. Shifting Memory is going to go gain a power. It's going to go off the bottom track. It's going to play 2 zeros, and the power it's going to gain will probably just be 2 minors for now. Gets to keep them both, and I hit Gift of Living Energy. Isn't that pretty nice? Okay, so Living Energy is in my hand. That's one that we'll be happy to give out to somebody. We'll probably give that out actually over to Fractured for Power Storm, which is kind of insane. Okay, so that's them 2 done. Now, I place this present at range 2 into this land with Finder. That's a trick that we do a lot in this, is put your presence with Finder. So we'll do that. Absorb Essence, as I said, we went over there and we went in here. And I think that's going to work out quite... then we're going to push in there, should I say. So I think that's going to work out well. We've played this. On the other side then with Finder, we're going to go G3. As I say, we will... You know what, actually, I think next turn I'm going to take a card now, and then next turn I'm going to throw away. What am I going to throw away? So I can have Dire Metamorphosis or Pour Time Sideways. Gift of Power. Just looking at any of these other majors relevant. I suppose Gift of Power is a 0 with 4 elements, so I'm not going to want to throw that away when I pick up Power Storm next turn. So now I'm going to take something that I most likely would throw away, which is Blood Draws Predators. It's just going to be a forget card for next turn. Because technically the Pour Time Sideways could help me threshold the bargain, in theory. So that's kind of all of that. We'll pick up the card we're going to throw away next turn, and we will play Blur, and we'll play the Past Returns again. We're going to have Sun element from the G3. We'll take the 3 presence off this track, and that's going to be our 3 time for this turn. We'll gain 1 energy to pay for blur, and then now we're essentially two elements short of maxing our innates, which is where we're gonna the absorb stuff is going to start to come into play. So that's going to be fine. We're going to get to move a presence here, and we can move a presence up to 4. We'll probably get this one over here somewhere into play right now. Next turn, we're gonna have Traveler's Boon. So it's interesting and important to think about where you want to put your presence for Traveler's Boon perspective. But it's also important to think about where you put your presence for Finder abilities. So here I'm going in here. I'm going to left and 8 with Finder to push 2 of these things out, and then I'm going to push my presence in there, most likely with Finder. No. Am I? Yeah. And then I'm going to grow into that land from the prolif, and then I circuitous that land. Yeah, so that's how that's all going to work. So then I actually want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 into that land with fractured, and that'll help me move my presence with Finder again when I go in there. So you'll see how all that works as well. So that is going to be the growth, I believe, for all of my spirits right now. Have I gained energy? No. Yes, and paid. And then here as well. That's all fine. Do I actually have access to a blur land here? The other thing I need to consider. Actually, not sure I do, now that I look at it. Range 1. I don't. That's kind of annoying. And I've no open the ways abilities either. So, okay. That's a bit annoying, yeah. I do definitely want to be able to blur and generate a hand here. So, unfortunately, I can't go in there. What I could do is maybe go in. I could actually go in there, and that'll allow me to pull out a town next turn, and I think that might stop the blight in there. Yeah, I think so. So I'll go in there. That's fine. That's where my presence is. I think I can remove this. Okay. Now, as I say, a little bit tricky to get started here, but we're on our way. So let's go. Let's start doing things. We'll start off. We'll do Absorb Essence. Absorb Essence is going to give us 3 energy. 1, 2, 3. And then it's going to give Fractured 1 energy and not a moon, an air. It's the first one. Keep that moon, we'll need it. So that's 1 Absorb Essence over to Fractured. Now Fractured has 3, 2, 2, so it almost has the max in 8, but it's got the bottom 2 levels. So I'm going to slip once. We'll get a little dice to remind ourselves of our slips here. Where are they? They're over under here. So we'll slip once, which allows me to pick back up Absorb Essence and replay it for 2. Okay? Now, then I'm going to Absorb Essence again, and I'll do it on Fractured. 1 moon, 1 energy. Now I'm going to slip again, and then I'll slip again. So I've got 2 more slips left. 1 cost a time, the second one costs 2 times. So 2 more times I'm going to allow Serpent to pick up this Absorb Essence and play it again. So essentially, what that does for me is when I pick it up, I have to play it for 2, and then I gain 3. So if I shortcut this, I'm going to have to pay Absorb Essence twice more, and I'm going to gain Absorb Essence twice more. So I pay 4, gain 6. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to gain 6, which is this. That's the way the maths works out on that one. And then, hang on. Hang on. I pay 4 and gain 6, but I didn't pay the 4 out of my money there. Sure, I didn't. No, so I had to pay 4. Sorry, I was about to just give myself way too much energy. I have to pay 4 and then gain 6. Yeah, so this doesn't come from here. I just took that out of the bank. I can't pay for things out of the bank, so I'm going to pay 4 and then I'm going to gain 6. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. So because essentially I had 4 in the bank, and then each absorb essence is going to net me 1 energy, essentially. Pay 2 and then gain 3, and I'm going to do that twice. So that puts me up to 6 in the bank. Yeah, I was about to train wreck my whole thing to start with there. And then of course we've now done slip 3 times. And then when we do that, oh yeah, I actually had to do one thing before I started this whole process. I had to do 2 things actually before I started all of the slipping. First thing was I'm going to use blur in here, which is going to get a Dahan, make a Dahan, and push it in there. And we don't repeat blur in this combo, so we'll just do that in there. Will that work into that land? Yeah, I guess it will. Why not? So that's fine. And then we have on the other side, we wanted to use. Oh yeah, sorry, no. Yeah, we don't want to use the thing yet. We want to do Finder twice, which is those 2 presents. So we have 2 presents that we need to get rid of from Fractured, which are those 2, and then 2 from Finder, which both go onto this track down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Finder gets these 2 elements, and Finder gets 2 energy. So it's 4 absorbs, 4 presents, two elements over here, and 2 elements over here. Fractured now has the full right and 8. The slips are all done. We'll put that dice over there. Now, Finder now has the full left and 8, which is going to, as we said, push these 2 buildings. Sorry, it's going to push half invaders, which will be 1. Then it will push half presence, which is 1. Then I get to push 1 more thing, which is going to be push this. And where do I push that? This gathers from here. I can't stop a gather into that land, can I? Might be able to stop a gather in that land, though I can actually, because that can pull in there, which is quite nice. So yeah, I can stop a gather in that land. That's lovely, actually. So that actually doesn't need the thing that I talked about next turn. So yeah, that's good. But otherwise, I think, yeah, I'll just start to push that. You know what? I'll push them in here. Keep them away from the center after all. Might be able to pocket in there, so that's fine. Done. And then we push our presence into that land. Now, these are not isolated. 1 and 2. I don't want to mark them because that'll look like they're isolated. They're not. This one is isolated over here. So that's fast. Now, share secrets of survival. I will gather 2 Dahan, and I'll gather them from here. 1, 2 into that land. And then elemental teachings. Well, actually, before elemental teachings, I'll give myself my setup thing that I forgot, which is my 3 elements. 1, 2, 3 for mentor. And now I'm going to remove this so you can actually see what I'm doing on the side of mentor here. It's significantly harder to do this fast than I was anticipating, but hopefully we're going okay. So they're the 3 things. I'm going to spend 1 on the mentor, which is going to give me the 2nd level of the mentor. That's going to give out Boon of Ancient Memories. And when I give that out, I'm going to take a earth and a plant, I think. No, I'm going to take 2 plant. No, it is an earth and a plant, I lied. No, I lied again. 2 plant. So I take 2 plant off that. Now I'm going to teachings. That's going to give me an air. And then I will give out I'll give out a plant and an earth to Serpent. So they're now going to have the left and 8, which is nice. I don't have it marked here, but I've got my cards in my hand that are kind of getting in my way. Don't have as much space on the table here, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll stick with it. So now, yeah, that's going to give me the right and 8 and the left and 8. That's all fine and dandy. And then what will we do? I think we're finished our fast then. And we've got to defend a 3. We don't care about that. That element is gone. We did our 1 isolate that we had access to. We did our left and 8. Everything is done. We're not using this card. So we're all good, and we're going to get to flip an event that we don't resolve. Heavy farming, don't know what it does, doesn't matter. And let's go ahead and actually do an invader phase here. So we'll do ravages, no. Builds, okay. Over here. Build, yes. Yes. A double build in here. And then double build in here. 1 and 2. Now this board, we go yes and yes over in the 2 mountains that we talked about letting go. 1, 2. We go double build in the sands. 1, 2. And then we go single build in that sands. Down here in this corner, we go single build. Then we go no. Then we go city because it's coastal. And then here we go double town. And then, yeah, I forgot. We're going to escalate. So actually, no, we're not going to be able to cut off adjacencies for this stuff. Very, very unlikely because of the the Habsburg escalation. But that's okay. So over here, then we go 1 there. We go 1, 2 in here. We go city on the coast, and then we go no in here. So it's probably going to cause some problems down in this land, these lands down here next turn as well from a ravage perspective. I hadn't appreciated that. I forgot that Habsburg adds a bunch of towns to the board when it escalates. But anyway, look, we'll figure that out as we go here. That's all the buildings done. Now we need to do that. I did do them all, didn't I? Yeah, because that didn't start with a town. So it went town, 2 towns, remove the thing, and then city over here. Yeah, so that's all of our builds done. Now we do the after build, and we go board land order. So A up here, this land first. So can I stop any of these gathering? The one that I don't really want to gather is this land. And I can't stop that because it can gather from here. In actual fact, I can stop that. So if I go here, we go from that land. So that's the first land. Second land is here. We gather from there. Third land is here. We gather from there. Now this land is protected, which gives us that break point 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 that we talked about. So that is now covered by the defend next turn, which is great. So that's that. Now, board B, board land order. This land first has to gather from there. This land has to gather from here. This land I'll gather from there, and then this land is protected, which is fine. The only thing is, with our, I actually maybe don't want that to be protected. Oh, I suppose I'm pushing out of here. I can push that in there. Yeah, it's probably better. Because I've got some to hand to defend, and maybe I can get more to hand in there next turn as well. So I maybe want another town in there, but that's okay. We can push it from here. So that's all good. So then what else do we have here? So that's A, B, then board C over here. So this one can't because it's isolated. This one can't. Then we have what was I talking about? We do the gather before we do the escalation. I'm all over the place here. But anyway, yeah, so now we can't gather with this one, which is great. And then this one we also can't gather. So actually we have a bunch of lands there that don't have, oh no, this one we can. We gather back out of there. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, that one gathers from there, and then this one has nowhere to gather from. So that's actually pretty okay. Now we do the explore, and what do we have? Is our back-to-back? It's coastal, okay? So we don't have the escalation from Habsburg, which is in one way good news, but it's bad news because we've got a bunch of back-to-backs here, which is actually going to cause us a bit of a problem, especially down here when we talked about wanting to push 2 invaders out of those lands. But anyway, let us go and explore. 1, 2, 3, and all of these will explore except for 1, which is isolated. Then we go in there. 1, 2, 3. Then we go 1, 2, and then that's isolated, so no. And then we go 1, 2, 3. So we have our work cut out for us. This is a difficult start to the game, and unfortunately that now is now at a break point as well. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is now going to be a lost condition ravage. So this now turns, I guess, red. And then that isolate isn't relevant anymore, so we can put that away. And then we move these over. We've made it to the slow phase. Slow phase is going to allow us to go Serpent. Let's just hit that slow phase right now. We get 1 energy over here. I'll bring myself back up here for now. 1 energy over there, 1 energy to Serpent, and then 1 energy to Finder. And then they all get a prolif. So from here, proliferation is into which land? We'll make a sacred site. Do we need anything here? Not necessarily. I think I'll just make a sacred site. Then Serpent, we know, is going in there with the that one there, and then Finder is going to go from bottom track, and they are going into this land, which is what we talked about. So that is all okay there as well. So that's the proliferation done. Now, we're going to look at the top event with the right innate. So let's go ahead and look at this before we make any decisions on anything. It's farmers. So farmers, do we want to keep this? Is this something that we can allow to happen in this game? On each board, 2 damage to the hand, add a blight to a land with buildings. That's not going to happen. So we can't do the top. On the bottom, we can go on each board, add a town to a land with thing, and the next normal ravage becomes a build. That's pretty okay, actually. We don't care about building with this adversary. We can keep putting pretty much infinite plastic with all of this, but it's a lot of towns. So all of that becoming builds is pretty tough. And then it's also going to kill a bunch of our hand, which we don't love either. Yeah, we don't love this. I won't lie. So this would get shuffled and it would go in and we might hit it next turn. If we hit that next turn, the next normal ravage becomes a build. Every one of these lands would all build, and look at how many double towns that would add to the board. Now we can handle a lot of plastic with this combo, but that's a lot of plastic. And it would also go double build on some of these key coastal lands as well, which I'm not in love with at all. I don't think I can let this happen. I think I have to put farmers on the bottom. So that now gives us no knowledge of the fear card. That's okay. So, Boon of Ancient Memories. We're going to target shifting memory. And we're going to go major this time. 1, 2. And they get access to Trees Radiate and Fragments of Yesteryear. And Fragments works really well on Finder, as I found out before. So that's a really nice hit. Trees Radiate, probably less of a windmill slam. Like, it's fine on Fractured, but we already have our major for Fractured. We don't care about that. So I'm just wondering here, we go Fragments, and then do we just pitch Visions? Yeah, we'll just pitch Visions. And that might matter for Serpent late in the game. Trees Radiate is just unlikely to come up. Yeah, no, we'll get rid of trees radiate. That's unlikely to come up. Fragments we're very happy to keep. Have a quick look at fragments here. This is quite likely to come up later in the game. Have a look at it there. It's basically just removes everything in the land, which is pretty good. We can make it fast as well, so we're reasonably happy to find that one. So that's all good. Now next, circuitous and wending journey. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 invaders in this land. We can push 3 of them out, and we will. So I think we'll just push 1, 2, 3 of these into this land. And we can also do that with the presence, and we can round up our presence as well. I want me talking about putting my fractured presence in here. I forgot circuitous can do round up. So do I want to push my presence from that land? This is a key land for us in here, and we want to load up in that land quite a bit, usually, for Quake reasons later on in the game. But we're not there yet, certainly not. So I'm just wondering here, do I just get myself into that land and kind of have some options for that one? Because it's a coastal land that's going to cause us some problems, and being on the coast is probably pretty good. So I think I might just do that. With the circuitous, and we can push the beast as well. And I suppose we probably should. Let's push the beast into a land that has blight so that it can actually deal some damage. So that's that. And then paths tied by nature, then I think in this case we will just push these 2 into here. From here into there, same terrain. Well, in actual fact, push them in there. This is going to be defended for 16 next turn, so that's defended for plenty. And then when we push these towns, instead of pushing all 3 in there, I push 1 more in there, I believe. So if we can get another to hand in there, that'll be an extra town kill. So yeah, I think that's better. Okay, that's a path tied by nature as well, done. So we'd have to isolate that land next turn to stop it ravaging, which is okay, somewhat, but then it will build, we'll see. So that's fine, that's done, that's done. We did that. Now we are going to do the right innate on Serpent, which has absolutely no targets. From a building perspective, at least, because we gathered stuff out of their land, so that's okay. We'll just do two fear, because we have 2 and 2, so we've no damage to deal, but we'll just deal 2 fear. So all good. We're done all over here. This is gone. These 2 are discarded. Our elements from everybody are gone, and we'll put them in a pile over here because we'll be reusing them. And finder's cards are gone as well. In the bin, over in the bin to be picked up very soon from Mentor, and then this stuff over here goes in the bin as well. Now, Power Storm is definitely going to complicate some maths here, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that one for sure. But let's come back and go to our growth. So growth then is going to be add a presence from the bottom. We're going to gain 1 energy, so we'll have that one there, and then actually we get to go, I think, 4 energy again here. Yep, 4 more energy. So 1 plus 4. And then we're going to play Aegis and Flowing Power. And then our slip is going to allow us to return the Absorb Essence. So that's that. That's going to cost us. So we gain 5 total, and we'll put those there. So that puts us up to this from an energy perspective. So that's okay. We'll think about where we're going to place our presence after. Next, then we are going to go G3 again here. From Fractured, which is going to give us 3 more. 1, 2, 3. 1 more energy, and we're going to pick up the Power Storm, which allows us to forget the Blood Draw Predators. Power Storm won't be played this turn. We'll be playing these 2 cards this turn. We're going to have a Sun. We're going to be putting on the side of Shifting Memory, we're going to be putting Study the Invader's Fears into play. for fractured. I mean, unless no, because we need, oh no. Yeah, actually, do we just put Gift of Living Energy into play this turn instead? I think we might actually. And then if we go Gift of Living Energy, that puts us still 2 elements short. And then I think we just take 2 more presents from fractured. Oh no, because we probably have to. Do I need the fast? I might not need the fast. That's the thing. Yeah, I think I might be able to get away without the slow to fast here. So I only take 1 slip. I think that's it. So then on this side, we'll check if we need to do the slow to fast here. So then for fractured or for finder this time, we're going to go G3, I believe, for the 2N, or G4, the 2 energy off the bottom, and let us go anywhere on the board here. The Gift of Flowing Power is going to allow us play an extra card in hand. We're going to be able to play all of these, and I'm just checking elements wise then what does it look like. So then here I've got the 2 sun, I have the 2 moon, I have the 4 air, I've got 2 water, and I get 1 more from one of these Aegises. So that'll give me everything I need on that side. So I need 1 Aegis there, and then 1 Aegis over here will give me the moon. So the question being, how badly do I need the moon? Well, I suppose if I swap that for the Study Invader Spheres, I'm still 2 elements short. So I won't be able to get it. So yeah, it'll be this, which is okay. So in that case, then I'm going to be taking 1 moon with the, oh no, it's the absorb, but yeah, it'll be a moon over here, and then it'll be a water over here will be the 2 elements that I'll be giving out. So that's all okay. That'll give me access to Maxinate here as well as 2 isolate. So that's all good news. Now on the side of mentor, then it's easy. We just reclaim, go from top track, take an energy, and just play the same 2 cards again. As I say, it's very boring, but what Mentor does. So that's those 2. They go into play, and we'll place a presence at range 0 over in there. So that one is quite straightforward. We'll pay the 1 air for the Mentor innate, and that's going to put, as I say, not study, but Gift of Living Energy into the hand of my boy, or into play on my boy Fractured. So all good news there. And then interestingly enough, if I would Gift the Flowing Power on Fractured instead, that gives me Power Storm, which has got to be the Stone Nuts. Because Power Storm then gives me loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Yeah, so that's got to be better. So we'll do that. So assuming we're going to Flowing Power Fractured, we'll put Absorb into play, and then I could do Power Storm on Serpent, which would give them another Flowing Power, Aegis, and Absorb. All amazing. Just all really good, fantastic news. And then that would allow me to actually get my fast, slow to fast if I want it. I could also look to do Power Storm onto Finder here. So in this case, I'm going to gain 2 energy, so it's going to be 5 total. And I'm looking to spend 4 of it on my cards. So I'd have 1 floating, plus 3 more from Power Storm would get me. I'd be able to basically repeat like 1, 2, 3, something like that, or like maybe 1, 2, 3. But then I'd be reclaiming with like no energy, 1 or 2 energy only here. So I'm not totally in love with that, but I might. Problem is my fast cards here. What are they doing for me? How much am I saving with fast cards? Like another extra elemental Aegis here could be pretty critical. Extra Aegis would allow me to defend all of that up there. Because I'd also get an extra Absorb. So then 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so that just gets covered completely. So I could go 1, 2, 3. All of that's safe. Don't take any blight up there. So then both of them get solved. This still takes some blight. But that's okay. The rest is fine because we can defend 3 in that land if we need to. This is defended for 1 billion, which is great. This all down here, I think, is okay. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's all fine. So all of that's safe. This we can just isolate. So then still only these 2 lands here that we need to solve with Finder. And we'd love to empty them because they're coastal lands as well. So all of that's really good. This is definitely the setup here. So let's kind of go through it then. So we started over here. We did this. These are fine. Over here now we need to decide. So as we said, we're going to take 3 card plays instead of 4. So we'll just put the 8 in our hand for now. Took our energy, paid 3 of it. We know we're going to flying power twice here. So the flying power twice is going to give us access to an extra play and an extra play. So that's all good news. We did this, we gained 1 energy. We picked up the power stone, we forgot something. So then we'll go 1 and 2 as our 2 card plays. We take a sun, which funny enough we're actually not going to need now because we're going to end up with 3 sun cards in play, but that's all fine. We're not moving presence because we want a sacred site for, well, actually living energy needs 2 sacred sites, so that won't make a difference. Are we going to need the Traveler's Boon anywhere? We might. If I move over to there, I could Traveler's Boon that out. So what else am I moving here? So this turn I get left in 8 twice, so that can get 2 each of them out, but it leaves 2 invaders behind. Spirit Speakers. What do we say about Spirit Speakers? What do we need that for? Spirit Speakers can then just empty that. And then this one can be emptied from there with Traveler's Boon. And that works. Yep. Yep. Okay. So we move over there. With the move, all of that's good. Okay. We're not going to be able to do the extra absorb on Fracture because it's only going to have 1 presence left. So that's fine as well. So, okay. That's our growth. We still have to place a presence with Finder, and we're going to move down and place it into... We start in there, push half. No, start in here, push half is going to allow us to put, yeah, okay. So we do that. Yeah. Okay. And then we gained our 2, so all of that's fine. So let us go ahead. No, we didn't place this. So we said, yeah, this one, this land, and then this land. Now, does that change anything now that we get access to 3 Aegises? That's the question. Yeah, no, because I'd have to isolate that. So yeah, no, that is just gone. We are just going to have to take a blight up there. I did notice something else, but I'll show it as we go through here, so it's going to be okay. So this presence then is going to be, so where are we going to need to defend for next turn is the question with our Aegis, and it's going to want to be one of these coastal lands, I think. I don't need to do this. This is 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I don't need to do this. This I'm just going to Aegis. Yeah. Okay. Slight change of plan. I'm going to give over the study the invader spheres, which is going to enable multiple things for me. First of all, I need 3 air, which I've just noticed right now. Second of all, it's going to give me the fast, what do you call it, off this, and that's going to matter. Oh no, now I don't get the fire. Ah! Damn. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We're struggling just a tiny bit here. Oh no, we have the 3 air. What am I talking about? Goosey boy, you're all over the place. Let's think about this. No, I have to give that back because we need the fire. So that's the first thing. I guess technically I could give them the visions to get access to the moon and the fire. That would give me access to the full and 8. I wonder, does that matter? Because that can let me push a town or an explorer at range 0. Way worse than Gift of uh, Living Energy, but for this one turn it might be good. Because what I'm thinking here is I need to get access to the fast and 8, which gives me a couple of things. Lets me go in there and it lets me go into here, which I need to do. 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that is going to rubbish. Can I get my presence in there? Can if I would go in there. Whoa, yeah, this one is hard to. This one is a hard one to kind of rush through because there's so much going on here, and I can't explain it all. Just take me too long. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting through this game in the manner that I thought I would. The lack of find a presence is tough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this without the slow to fast, because the other thing is I don't have the energy for it. And I can't use this because it's slow. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do without it. I am gonna have to give out the Gift of Living Energy, which will give me the Power Storm thresholded, which is good. Gives me kind of all those things that I needed, but I have to do without the prolif, which is important. So my presence placement is critical here. So I think, gonna have to do what I said before, which is do push, which means I have to move that in there like I talked about before. Push half in here, goes, get 2 buildings out, throw them in there. Push my presence in here. And then the second one is from here. And then I can push those out of there. That works. Then what I can do is find a presence the explorer away so it doesn't build next turn. Down in this land I can do a open the ways with the ages, provided I'm in one of the lands with what do you call them here, Serpent, but for now I'm not. So in fact I actually have to let that go, and I'll push from here and I'll push myself into there, and then I can open the ways down into there and then defend this land. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay. Convoluted. It's very convoluted, but I think it works. So I think that's all okay. The other thing I can do then is here I should be able to push some of these invaders out. So 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11. That's too much, as we said. So I can push some of those invaders out using the aid from the spirit speakers. So that kind of works as well. Push them into this mess. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Hopefully you're following along with me. I probably lost a bunch of people along the way here, but sure, look, we're doing our best. Okay. So we moved. We didn't place. This is the one thing we said. So this is going to be empty. Over here, this will be empty. This is a mess. And then this is kind of a mess. So I think that up there is 1. And then next turn I'll have to grow somewhere across into one of these lands over here to help protect against all of that as well. Which is, just one of them things. So that's fine. And then I'll have kind of Finder, hopefully, taking care of most of this. Okay. So we gained, we did all that kind of good stuff. So we're now well on our way here. So here's how all of this goes down. We gain to the sun. We will use mentor, throw that away, put gift of living energy into play. And in actual fact, I can't. Yeah, no, it'd be nice to get double gift of living energy, but that's not going to happen. That's fine. Living energy goes into play. We're happy enough with that. And we can use it, obviously. That gives us the 3 sun, 2 and things. So all of that's good. Now, let's start with... oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Just noticed another problem. Just noticed a huge problem. So I can't do the gift of living energy. I think I have to go back and do the study. If I get the study into play, does it fix the problem? What happens here? Put this into play. I think it fixes the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank God, because I was almost in trouble there. So okay, we put the study into play instead. We'll do gift of living energy soon. But this will still allow me to get the power storm online by using the absorb, which is in my discard. I can't get that back because I didn't have the second moon, so I need the second moon. Okay, that's fine. Now, mentor's done. The living energy goes back under there. And now when we give out the study, we're going to take a moon and an air and an air matches, and then we'll take the earth. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, now that's that. Now, next thing, gift of flowing power. Give 1 energy over to our friend Fractured here, and they may play a card from hand, which is Power Storm. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's now the 3rd moon, the 3rd sun. We now have 2 moon, and we've got infinite air. So you slip once, which will allow me to reclaim this power card from my discarded play cards, and then play it for 2 energy. Cash this in for 3 energy over here. 1, 2, 3. 2 of it goes there. That's into play. That's the first slip. Okay. Now we can go absorb. Gain 3. Give Fractured 1 and a flyer. We're just going to give them the threshold on the thing over here. And they obviously have to take one of these. So we'll take this one, put it down here. Now, next. So that's 1 slip. Now we slip again. Target Serpent, pick up absorb, replay it for 2 more. And then we're going to use it again, which is going to give us 3 more energy. 1, 2, 3. That's going to give 1 energy and a water. Oh, I had them here. 1 energy and a water over to Finder, and then Finder has to sack a presence, which actually ends up being this one, unfortunately. Not in love with it, but it is what it is. We need the other 2. Okay, so that goes down there. So that's now 1 each taken off those 2 this turn. Now, next. Okay, now we'll use Power Storm. Give 3 energy over to this character here. 1, 2, 3. And now they're going to get to repeat stuff. These are the 3 cards they're going to get to repeat. We'll start with Gift of Flowing Power. Pay 1, which gives 1 energy over to Finder and lets them play Aid from their hand. 1, 2. Okay. Now they've got the left innate maxed. And they have 2 isolates. The isolates look like 1. Where was the other isolate? Did I have somewhere else I wanted to isolate here? This here cannot gather because it's going to have no adjacent town. So after that empties, it won't be able to gather. So it doesn't need to isolate that land. Anywhere else that we care about here? Pushing 2. Maybe that land. 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. Actually, if I isolate that land, I don't need to push out of it, do I? No. So let's isolate that land. Okay. There are my 2 isolate lands. Boat range 1. Now, left and 8. Push up to half from here. I'll push the 2 buildings into here. Push my presence into here. And then I'll push this town as the second level, push up to 1 invader, and I'll push that in there as well. Leaves 1 invader left in there. That's going to give Traveler's Boon to Fractured 1 and 1. Empty. That was, well, okay, so I can't Traveler's Boon in the middle of using the lay path, but I'll do it in a second. So the second lay path is going to, in actual fact, yeah, emptying down there is delicious. So let's do that. So if I go lay paths, or no, not lay path, yeah, left and 8. 1, 2 into this mess. And then 1 more. That's absolutely delish. And then I'm also going to push, because I can do half the Dahan as well. I'll push the Dahan into that land as well. Open the ways. And then this now just ravages and dies to that in the ravage. Both of them are solved. The left and 8 on Finder is done. Now, our 2 isolates were over here and here. Now we still have Ways is slow. We've got Offer Passage and we've got Aid from the Spirit Speakers. And now here, I imagine just getting a bunch of the hand going here is probably going to be pretty good. Anywhere good for this to work? Not really, actually. It's funny. Yeah, sorry, no. We gather up to 2 from here into this land. 1 and 2. 5 to hand in that land. That's pretty good. Then what else do we have here? We've got A from the Spirit Speakers. So actually, if I did this in a slightly different order, you'll have to forgive me these, but with moving fast, if I just change my operations in slightly different order here, let's say Ways Ashore to Heartland is the last card in my hand that I played out from the Gift of Flowing Power. This doesn't change operations in any way here, because I didn't activate any of my innates until I had done all the rest of the stuff. So let's assume that the Ways Ashore and Heartland was the last card that came out, and I played 8 from the Spirit Speakers at the start of the turn. The very first thing that I did at the beginning of the turn, before I did anything else, I could have had 8 from the Spirit Speakers in play. My presence was in that land at the time. This land hasn't been touched. This land had several Dahan in it at the beginning of the turn anyway. It had 3 Dahan, I think, at the beginning of the turn. So this was the setup at the beginning of the turn. I also had a presence in this land. The one that I absorbed. So what I was going to say here was, yeah, well, okay. Actually doesn't work quite as much as I thought it would here. I'm going to say I could have pushed that town out of there. I mean, I still can. I guess I still will. So push that town in there before I did anything at the start of the turn. So that would have been the first thing that I did. Just empties that out, which is pretty nice. So that's that. Then the rest of it happens. Everything else stays the same. And then we end up in this situation again, and then that hand ended up in there, but then I gathered it into that land. So I think all of that's fine, and that hasn't changed anything. And then the question is now, is there any way I can... Yeah, there was one other thing I could do before I started all of that as well, is, again, range 1 here. Before anything else, I could have done offer passage, range 1, move up to 4 the hand, which is these two, and put them into one of your lands down in here before that got absorbed. So I'll push them down in there. Then again, we're back here, and that's gone. Okay. Yeah. Hope everybody forgives me all of that. So, where do we stand now? Now we've done basically all of the finder stuff. We've done one... We haven't done any ages, and we've only used one slip. And we've absorbed twice, one each on the two guys. So we've got 2 more repeats left with fractured days. So I guess let's go ahead and do them. Did we want to absorb first? Yeah. So let's go ahead and repeat absorb. Cash this in for 3. It's going to be 1 here, 2 here, and then 3 more in the bank. And then I'm going to absorb 1 of this character's presence. That goes down there, and they get 1 and an element. And the element isn't going to matter for them. Just whatever. Air and play. And then they are going to go elemental teachings, give a plant, take a plant, and then use the plant on the earth over here. So that's absorb repeated, gift of flowing power repeated. Aegis hasn't been repeated yet, but now our Aegis is going to give 9. So we're going to go defend 9 in 1. Then we're going to repeat it. 2. This is 9 over here. And then finally, then we can do more slips. So did we slip? How many slips did we do here? I think it was only 1, right? Maybe we slipped twice, actually. The first slip let us pick up Absorb Essence and play it. Then we used it. Then we did slip again, which let us pick up Absorb Essence, play it. So yeah, I've taken 3 presents this turn off Absorb Essence. The first slip, picked it up, played it. The second slip, pick it up, play it. Then I repeated it. So yeah, I've only got 1 more slip left. So we go up to 3 slips, which puts all the time back on the character here. And we repeat Elemental Aegis 1 more time, pick it up, replay it, and then that gives us the defend of 9 in that land as well. So we'll defend of 9 in there. Alrighty, complicated turn. Yeah, this isn't Speed Spirit Island at all here. I hope you understand, despite my best intentions. We'll also use Study the Invader Spheres here, 2 fear, and let's have a look at a fear card, just so we have a little bit of knowledge on that one in the future. It's a defend power. It's going to give us defend in lands with some tokens, so we can keep beset by many troubles sitting on top of the deck there. So that is all of that. We also have a defend of 3 from Shifting Memory over here, and I believe the defend of 3 wanted to go on that land. So let's go ahead and put defend of 3 in there from memory. Okay. Actual fact, is this covered? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is covered. We don't need to defend a 3 in here. We can do the defend a 3 in that land instead, and then we don't need to waste an isolate on that land. And then we could isolate that. Again, before we sacked... This one I think doesn't work quite as well. Yeah, this one is a bit trickier because those are gone. They're the 4 cards I played this turn, and to get access to the innate, I'd have to have that in play at the beginning. So I already said that was the last card I played out. So no, I can't isolate in there. But can I isolate anywhere else relevant that might be useful? Oh, hey, look, I'm taking damage in that land. I forgot about that. But that's okay. So that's going to be a blight as well. No defend there. That's fine. Anywhere else that we want to isolate? I suppose. Yeah. Stop that gathering. Okay. Now, all the fasts done. And we have these in the slow. We'll have this in the slow. My goodness. Wow. Okay. Have a little sip of beer here. As I say, we don't use the stasis, pour time sideways. They're all blank text. Don't worry about any of those guys. Let's see. Let's resolve an actual event. Hopefully it doesn't kill us or anything like that. Frontier calls, healthy land, explore actions, add +1 to lands without stuff. That's fine. On each board, add stuff. Okay, we can add beasts to a land without buildings or blight. Sure. In here, buildings or blight. Over here, buildings or blight. Sure. Buildings or blight. Sure. And then buildings or blight over on this land. Sure. Okay. And then we have on each board, gather 1 or 2 into a land without seek out new grounds. Gather 1 or 2 to hand into a land without setup symbols. Okay. So can this help us or not? On this board, we can go, that's a land without setup symbols. So we can go 1 and 2, pair them up, and then that'll kill 1 town. So that's fine. This board, land without setup symbols. That has setup symbols, as does that. This one does. So actually, none of these we really want to gather the hand out of. Okay, we'll come back to that. This board, without setup symbols. This one has no setup symbols, so gathering into that could be pretty good. Much of a muchness, really. We lose the town kill either way, so we'll just pull the 2 of them in there, and that's going to kill a town, and then this won't, which is fine. It's not fighting. Over here then, so that's that board done. This board then, without setup symbols, so we can actually go in there, and that'll get us 2 town kills, which is amazing. Yeah, we're happy with that. And then finally then, it is this board here, so that's now killing a city and an explorer. We don't want to lose that. That's killing 2 towns, so we'll have to gather out of here. Without setup symbols, can we gather in there? We can. Okay, in there. Oh, hey, no. In there. That kills that and then it won't build. Isn't that beautiful? I can do 1 or 2. 1 or 2. So let's go 1. Great. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Perfect. All right. Excellent event for us there. And then we have to remember, of course, about the Explorer thing. +1 Explorer into lands without building. So we don't mind that at all. Let's go ahead and Ravage then. So we know we take Blight up in that land. Ravage is for 5, no loss conditions involved. Here we're protected and we kill a building. So that's a fear. Over here, safe. In here, we're going to kill 2 buildings and we're defended for 1,000,000. That's 2 fear. Down here, then kill that. This is defended for loads plus the 3. So we'll kill the city and the explorer. 2 more fear. Here is a blight. 2 blight. It's more than I took in like the whole the whole game the first time I played the with this team, but that's okay. Killed these 2 here. Yeah, there's a lot more pressure with the Prussia turn 1, that's for sure. Okay, over here, this is defender for 9, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's going to kill 1 town. That's a fear. Over here, safe. Down here, kill that. Over here, kill 2 towns. 2 more fear. Over here, defend it, and we just kill an explorer. Because hitting that town doesn't really do anything, I don't believe. Oh, you know what? Yeah, forget the explorer. We'll hit the town for 2. It might matter. This might come up. Because I might gather that in there, and then I might go in there and hit it with my growth. No, I lied. I won't do that. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll just kill the explorer and deal 1 to the town, and then that's safe. And then this is kill 1 town as well. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Get away with it. Let's remove all of our defend because it's all done. Get it all back up out of there. Stop confusing the board. Now we go build. Up here, city. Down here, no. Here, town. Here, city. Here, no. It's isolated. Here, it's gonna build, but it is isolated. That's fine. Now over here, no, no, no. Town, no, and city. Now we gather. Board land order. Board A here. Gather. Sure. You. Here. We can't. Here we can. So that was board A. Board B. This is isolated. This is isolated. This can now gather from here. That's board B. Board C over here. Here we can gather. Here we can't. Here we can't. And then over here. Here we can gather from this one. Here we can gather from this one. We have to. And then here we can't gather. That's all of our gathers done. Now we explore. It is wetlands, which gives us an escalation. Escalation is Habsburg. On each board with 4 or fewer blight. Have a little quick look at our Habsburg escalation here. So that's after the explore step. So that's fine. So we do the explore first. And then the explore looks like wetlands. So 1, 2, and remember here we're adding additional explorers to lands without buildings, so both of those are fine. Sorry, let me just remove that there. So these ones both have buildings. Down here, that's not exploring. This one is going to explore with 2 explorers because it doesn't have a building. This land over here, 2 explorers because there's no building. Here, 2 explorers because there's no building. Thank God we're not playing against Russia or France or something like that here. Over here, we got hit by this quite a few times, actually. 1, 2, and then this one finally is 1 over here. And none of that was pocketed at the moment, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. So then after we explore, we'll move those over there, and then now we will do the escalation on each board. So this is 1 blight, 1 blight, 2 blight, 2 blight. So they're all going to get hit with the double escalation, and the escalation is add a town to a land without a town or a blight. So in this case here, without town and blight, so I'm going to need 8 towns before you start running out of plastic. 2, 4, 6, and 8. So without towns or blight. Without towns or blight is 1, and without towns or blight is 2. Over on this board, without towns or blight, 1. And I cannot hit the second qualifier there. That's without towns or blight. And that's the only other option, without towns or blight. And then finally on this board, without towns or blight, And unfortunately, Without Towns or Blight is the other wetland in there. I'm not going to put it on the coast because that needs to be defended. Okay, that is all of the invader step done. Now we can do one or two little slow powers. We'll start with the Visions of a Shifting Future. Again, we have it maxed. No, we don't. We have the first level. Yep. So we're not going to get to throw this away if we want to. But so this is Relentless Optimism, tier level 1, of course. For the rest of this turn, don't generate fear. We don't care. Foreign diseases in each board in the land with the most combined invaders plus thing. Add some Dahan. Okay. And then each beard will gain some energy for that. So foreign diseases on each board in the land with the most combined invaders and Dahan, min one of each. We're going to have to deal some damage to Dahan. Don't love it, but this isn't going to train wreck us or anything. But it's one of them we don't particularly love it, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and take a screenshot of that so we have access to it for next time. Open an image editor. That's fine. And then this just gets shuffled back. So do a bunch of this kind of shuffling business. So yeah, some Dahan gonna die. That might affect some counterattacks. Like, we like having our Dahan around. As you can see, getting Dahan counterattacks is nice, but we can win without Dahan. It's just a way to keep invaders a little bit, numbers down a little bit, but we don't need it. It's okay. So now that's that. Now we're going to do the proliferate with Serpent, and now everyone's going to get an energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these 3 are going to get a proliferate. So it's going to be 1, 2, and 3. It's the move presence air one, and we're all going to get a major as well here because I've got the 3 fire, I have the 3 water, I have the 3 earth, and then I also have the this is going to give me my third plant, so that's going to give us all a major. Well, not memory, but the others, which is quite nice. So here we now go. So range 1 matters here. So range 1 over here into there. That's range 1. I think that's where we want to go over there because we're going to want to Aegis in that land next turn. If we want to, we can just grow over into this land to do. Actually, we could also range 1 in there and then grow into the other land. Let's do it that way instead. So range 1 in there, and then we're just going to G4 into the other land next turn. The Fractured Day situation is they can just go into here as well. Should be fine, I believe. Maybe anywhere they're going to want a Traveler's Boon next turn. Don't know. Don't think so. Probably fine. Let's get rid of these isolates. And then now the key is Finder's Presence. So where does Finder want to go at range 1? In there. Okay. That's that. Now, Serpent then right in 8. Oh no, sorry, no, the max level of the things we all get a major. So fractured first. 1, 2, 3, 4 gain a major without forgetting. We have Poisoned Land, Vengeance of the Dead, Solidify Echoes, and Pillar of the Living Flame. Sure, let's take Solidify Echoes because it's perfect element, and the card is insane. I'm not playing this game on hard mode. I've done enough of the testing of hard mode with this. I'm happy to slam big, strong majors in this and just see how quickly we can beat them. How many turns? 1, 2, 3, 4. Serpent this time. Serpent's gonna have access to Irresistible Call, I believe, here. Pyroclastic Flow, Transformative Sacrifice, and Fire and Flood. Transformative Sacrifice does combo with Solidify pretty hilariously. Like it's a cool combo, but like we don't need it. Is the truth. Irresistible Call might just like clean loads of stuff up, which is probably just better. Cleaning loads of stuff up is better. I'll take Irresistible Call. to allow us to win the game instead of faffing around with skipping things. We've got loads of skip abilities here. I just want to be able to move towards actually cleaning plastic up with stuff like the fragments. So that's that. Then we have Finder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Getting a major without forgetting. Cleansing floods, unrelenting growth, talons of lightning, and spill bitterness. I mean, unrelenting growth here, right? Just kind of crazy. Yeah, why not? Go nuts. Okay, we hit some pretty good ones. That's in our hand. We don't care about those elements. That's in our hand here over as well. We're done with fractured, so let's just get rid of all of this to simplify our view of things. I'm just going to close out the rest of this slow here, and then I'll finish up for the night. So that's that. Over here then we do have access to, so those elements are gone. And we have over here 3 fire and 3 earth, and also 2 moon. We've got 3 damage plus 1 push. And where does that look good? 3 damage plus a push. Here maybe. Kill a city, push a thing out. Yeah, sounds pretty good to me. We could also 3 damage push that in there, and then that kills it. But it doesn't solve the land. So yeah, let's just go in here. 3 damage, kill this city, which is 2 fear. That gives us that defend thing next turn, and then push this town, and we'll push it in there for 2 more fear. That's that done. Just finished the game against England. Habsburg, actually, so everything had infinite health, so it's nice to be able to actually kill stuff, which is pretty good. So that's that. That's all done. All these elements can all get cleaned up then as well. Just the 14 energy on Serpent going into turn 3. That's quite okay. It's not too bad. Okay, get rid of all them ones. They're all done here. Growth situation is sorted out as well. And then on the side of Finder, then we've just got 1 more spell, or 1 more power to use. So let's just get these out of the way as well, so we can see what that's all about, and then just do it, and then finish up. So push up to 2 invaders from a particular land here. Is there any land like we could maybe get them out of there? Range 2. So trying to solve these coasts doesn't actually really solve much for us, because you just end up pushing them into like this empty land that, you know, doesn't make any sense, right? Push from here into what? Back into there. It's just like, yes, we'd like to be dealing with things, but again, if I push these 2, I just have to push them there. Which, admittedly, if I'm going to defend next turn, Aegis in there, that's okay. But, you know, we're already wanting to Aegis once, twice, 3 times. Are we looking to do 3 Aegises next turn? I mean, maybe we are. Maybe we are. But I think we can probably do a little better than that. We could also just range 2, push from here into here. And then it's just 1 less thing to solve next turn with a Ravage, because that actually isn't adjacent to anything, and that would Ravage for damage next turn. So I think that's just easy. And then we could also pair up with the hand with it, because we can push to the hand too. I think that's okay. Yeah, unexciting, but it just frees up all of this kind of stuff. It's, you know, a little less adjacency for whatever. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. That's it. We got, what, 2 hours of a video. Some of that will be humming and hawing that I'll cut out in the middle for sure. And we completed, what, 2 turns? Yeah, well, okay. A lot slower than I thought. But anyway, look, appreciated you being here. Sorry, wrong thing. I have a little sip of my beer here. If you hung around to watch this will hopefully start to go faster. As you can see, I started to draft some pretty good majors here. I'm going to start doing things like Unrelenting Growth to speed the game up, Irresistible Call. Soon I'm going to mentor the the fragments into play, maybe on Finder's side, because Finder's going to start gaining loads of energy pretty soon as well. So there's lots of cool things happening. This game will probably be over in maybe 3 turns. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. The team is insane. It's already getting set up quite well. I can already tell this is basically a guaranteed win from here, despite the fact that there's infinite plastic and loads of stuff ravaging, well under control. I know how this team works, and I know the kind of tempo at which it plays at. Yeah, like I could just go like unrelenting growth over onto to Serpent next turn. That would like speed it up so that the following turn it's starting to do like quakes and stuff like that. So we're going well. It's nice. I'm enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying it too. And we'll be back next time for maybe another 1 or 2 hours to close it out. One is probably a little bit naive, but we'll try to keep this one under 4 hours if we can. Anyway, thanks for being here. I'll see you for the next session. Cheers. Well, folks, welcome back to the second session of this playthrough. Second and hopefully last. I mentioned, of course, a couple of times last time out that I'm trying to get through this one quickly. And I do believe at the end of the previous session, I also said that this looks to me to be a certain win from here, which you may well have had some raised eyebrows about, given the sort of mess of the board. Let's be honest. There's a lot going on that board there, but as I say, this is the first time I've shown this this team in action, so chances are you probably haven't seen it, probably haven't experienced it the same way I have, and probably might be a bit surprised when hopefully the whole thing comes together in the next couple of turns, because it really is pretty surprising and pretty amazing when once it all sort of clicks into gear. But we're getting there. We found unrelenting growth, so I'm gonna go memes. I'm gonna make that card work here. But before we do, we need to celebrate the mighty Manchester United here. You can see the shirt on. My beloved Reds had a huge win against their rivals Liverpool in Liverpool's backyard today. First time we've done it in 10 years, so I am celebrating. I'm celebrating the football. I'm hopefully going to be celebrating the end of the long 6-6 gauntlet after God knows how long, and I'm celebrating with a couple of beers. There you are there. Handsome Jack. So pick it up in the camera there. Handsome Jack India Pale Ale. It's a bit of a favourite of mine on the Irish market here. Hope Brewery. Yeah, unfortunately, they've no Handsome Goose in stock, or Goose Island actually, which is a pretty decent beer. I think it's an American beer. Goose Island. There's a couple of pretty nice ones there. So if I had gotten my hands on one of them, it would have been a bit more appropriately themed for the team. But alas, I could not get any Goose Island, so I went for the old Handsome Boys here, to stick to as close as I can to theme. If you will allow me such ridiculous narcissism. Oh dear. My wife tells me I'm handsome sometimes. So that is it. I choose to believe it. Anyway, she's certainly the looker. I'm certainly punching up. Is that what they say? Punching above your weight or punching up, something like that. Anyway, enough about all those silly things. We're not messing around. We're getting stuck in. We are on turn 3. Last time out, we also did have a fear card, which is Relentless Optimism. We don't know whether it's on top of the deck or whether it's second from top, and ultimately, it doesn't really matter. It might kill some Dahan. That's about all it's going to do, and to be honest, we don't really care about killing Dahan here. They're nice to have. They are a fairly big part of the combo, but ultimately, we're looking to get the Quake online here, so losing some down. I'm not even going to play around it. I'm going to act as if that's the card. It doesn't matter whatsoever. So that's kind of all the gist of that. We hadn't removed that from last time, so we were back in the growth phase here, coming into turn 3, should I say? And I sort of offline had a little bit of an idea about how I wanted this all to play out. So I'm going to start showing. Over here, we're going to go G3 again, which is nice to be able to do 3 times in a row here, because we did hit the kind of perfects on our major here. So we'll G3, take 3 presents off. No, not 3 off bottom. We'll go 1 off bottom and 2 off top. Excuse me. That is going to give us 2 energy, which is key here, because that will allow us to pay for the solidify. Now, the other thing that we'll do here when we G3 is we're going to pick up Gifted Power. and we are going to, this is the one we talked about earlier on, keeping, because we might need it later in the game. Well, we certainly do need it this turn. I'm also conscious that I have, as I always do, forgotten to add extra cards to the days that never were. When I gain cards from other sources. So in this game, I have at least once, I think, so far, had a chance to gain a major off the Serpent rule, and I took one and I didn't add another one to the thing. I always forget that bloody rule. But anyway, it's not going to matter in this game. We've got Solidify and we have Power Storm, which are two majors that we're happy to spend energy on here. And to be honest, Solidify is not really going to do much of anything for us except give us some elements and give us access to a slip here, because we will, when we play Gift Power, we're going to have access to the to the threshold, which is nice, and that's just going to give us a chance to pick a card back up for ourselves, put it into play, and give us the full slip. And that's all we're really going to do. We'll get to maybe defend 3. It might matter, but ultimately it's not going to be that big of a deal. We're not doing any of the skippy stuff, or we're not really breaking the card Solidify, which is what a lot of people will do with it by returning presents and skipping stuff and all that. We don't need any of that, so that's fine. So with G3, we've got ourselves a sun element. We have one from the Solidify, so that's 2 sun. We need access to a 3rd sun, which we will get. And that's okay. Now, growth over on the side of Shifting Memory is straightforward, as it often is. We're just going to do Reclaim again, take these 2 cards back up, go off top track and make 2 more energy, and play 2 zeros again. And what Shifting Memory Mentor will often do in this combo is just sit here and amass energy. You won't be able to see it there. I can actually remove that there and you can have a look. So I've now gotten up to 5 energy, and you'll just amass energy to pay for some events, pay for choice events, pay for whatever. Maybe if you happen to flip the Blight card, maybe play for just 1 or 2 that you have to pay for in the Blighted Island effect. So, you can kind of do that kind of stuff. But for the most part, and obviously you may have access to majors later in the game as well. But you're kind of happy to just keep replaying these 2 cards, get your access to your elements, and kind of go from there. So that's fine. We are, of course, going to be, as we have on previous turns, paid the air over here for the Mentor ability. It hasn't come up in the game yet, I don't believe, the 3rd level of this. And I don't think it's coming up this turn either. So I think for now it's just going to be 1 air is going onto that. The Gift of Living Energy that we almost donated on the previous turn is now going to go under here. So we will be donating that this turn. And we'll be giving the Gift of Living Energy over to Fractured, which will give us access to that 3rd sun, which is great. Then we're going to use the Solidify threshold here to pick up the Study the Invader Spheres, put that into play, and that'll give us access to our 3rd moon, as well as our 2nd air as well. So that's going to give us basically all of our elements. So that's going to be all really good news as well. So that's kind of these 2 spirits more or less locked in. The teachings is going to be used on Finder here, and we'll see how that looks now in a moment. So Finder is going to go G4, and this is a really nice aspect of this team as well, by the way, which I can't remember if I've mentioned. I certainly will mention it in the primer, is that you get to G4 a lot, which is great because you get to go anywhere on the board, which is not really something the Finder gets access to in its usual builds most of the time. So I really like that about this build here. So I'll go G4. That's going to go off from this spot here, which gives us access to the 2 energy, plus the 2 is going to be 4 energy. So it's going to give us 3 plus 1, 4 total energy, and that's going to pay for Unrelenting Growth. We don't have any more cards in our hand, so while we have 3 card plays, we actually only have 1 card to play, and that's okay, because we're going to do 1 or 2 other little things to unlock ourselves basically this turn here. So I haven't yet chosen where I'm going to place this presence, because that's the part of this turn I haven't thought about yet, but I know that we're going to play Unrelenting Growth, we're going to slip it, so we're going to play it twice, we're going to slip 1 of the cards back, our Traveler's Boom back from the discard pile, get that into play to help us with the turn, and then we're going to take a bunch of teachings elements to kind of unlock the innates as well. So we'll see all of that in a moment. And then finally, with Snake, we will now be going back into a reclaim here. We've got the Irresistible Call, which can do nice things, but we don't need it yet. We're just going to go add a presence, and we can just do that off the top track. It's going to be mostly fine. We'll waste the reclaim because we're also going to reclaim, but that's okay. And that's going to give us 1 more energy. So let's go ahead and pick our cards back up. These cards back up, and that gives us everything in our hand, and we're going to get to move a presence as well as add a presence here. So both of those things I need to do in a moment here. I'm going to put that dice there to remind me to do that. And what I'm essentially looking at here, I'm going to bring back up my my window. What I'm essentially now thinking about, this was where the cogs were turning offline a little bit here. Because I've got unrelenting growth, I'm going to do this twice this turn. Once on Finder to unlock some of these elements and kind of really get this into max mode. And then the other one's going to go on Serpent. So I'm placing a presence. Then I'm going to Unrelenting Growth 2 away. Then I'm going to Proliferate, which is going to pull that off there. And then next turn when I grow, that's going to be max card plays. And that's basically into Quake mode. So next turn will be turn 4. I'll be in full Quake mode at that point. And of course the teachings then will start giving the final elements. We'll see all that next turn, that's fine, but I'm essentially going to start quaking in the fast phase every turn from next turn. So next turn I'm going to set this turn up so that I'm going to quake next turn, so some of these wetlands can be allowed to kind of fall apart a bit, because I'll quake, and then the following turn I'll quake again in the fast, and I think that should clear most of this board. So that's kind of my plan that I'm going about setting into place right now, just to kind of give you the heads up on that one. And then probably next turn I may Unrelenting Growth again to get those two off the top, and then, you know, Proliferate, get that one out, because the more presents you get out with Snake, the better the Quake is, obviously. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of give the idea about where I'm going with this, just so you can kind of see how it all comes together and why I'm making the decisions that I'm making. And ultimately, by the way, this is sort of the team, this is the combo. It's now going to be accelerated by a turn or two because of the Unrelenting Growth, but this is basically what I'll be doing is what the team does. I'll just get to do it earlier, so I'll have less of this passive kind of sitting around defending for like a few turns and then waiting to get there. I'll get there earlier. So anyway, that's all well and good. I'm going to return those 2 cards. I'll gain 1 energy. I still have 2 card plays, and this turn I'm definitely going to want to play the Elemental Aegis. I need to play that twice, and I need to play the other card I need to play here, if I'm not mistaken. I need to play the Boon of Ancient Memories, because I'm giving teachings to Finder this turn. So Serpent is not going to get access to teachings, but I can still set up a proliferation by taking this Annie as a plant. There's my 1 energy, right? That's going to pay for that, and that's going to pay for that. So if I play the Boon of Ancient Memories, I'll have access to the 2 water. I'll actually have 3 because I'll unlock that. I'll have access to 3 earth because I'll get the Unrelenting Growth off here. And then I'll have access to the 2 plant. So I'll have the Proliferate online this turn, and I'll be able to make it fast because of Fractured as well. So all that kind of stuff is pretty good as well. So just so you know, that's where we're sort of going with all of that. So there's the 2 card plays. We're going to want to Aegis twice this turn. 1 is going to be in this land. That's going to give us the defend up on that corner. The other thing I was looking at here before was I have essentially here four lands up here that want to be defended, and 1 down here that wants to be defended. You can do that a number of different ways here, but I don't want to play Aegis 3 times. I only want to play it twice. So the way I can kind of do that is I could get a presence in this land, and then get my Finder presence in the same land, and then open the ways with the Finder presence into one of the other lands. So I'm essentially going to want to play this turn. So let's just put these down. These are my 2 card plays for now. Let's just look at this. This is where I hadn't fully thought through the kind of topology of the presence yet. But essentially what I want to do here is I definitely want to do a Proliferate in, or a defend in that land up there. Then it's like I've 4 other lands over here, plus this one to defend. There's different ways I can do it, right? I'm already in this land. This could go defend, those 3, and then maybe I could use Finder's innate to kind of empty that land, and then maybe empty that land. That's kind of one way to go about doing this. The other one is I can put the presence up there with Finder, cover those 3 lands, and then open the ways to this land. I can also potentially get presence in the 2 lands with Finder, and then maybe the other lands with Finder as well, and then open the ways to cover all of the lands as well. Now that's going to be trickier, but I will get an Unrelenting Growth, a presence placement, and proliferation to try and make all of that work. So with the other one thing that matters here that's worth considering is which land do we want to quake into. That's the kind of one of the keys to this turn and the next turns, obviously. So the combo, if you've seen the primer, would generally be to get, if you can, 13 presents into a single land with Snake. And then when you do the eruption, obviously you want to pick a land that has max adjacencies. Now, this happens to be an amazing land on this board here. If you see, it's B7. This land here touches 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different lands naturally. Plus, you can open the ways once to make that 9 adjacent lands plus the source, the origin, would be 10 total lands. So this is kind of the best land on the board in terms of adjacencies here. Over here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so there's some others that kind of have 6 or 7 or whatever, but this one has like basically 8. So that's fine. So but having said that, this is our land that we've been kind of loading up into. So this might be a good option here to choose. It's going to be adjacent to 1 and 2 different wetlands, which is going to be quite nice when we talk about clearing out some of these lands next turn before the ravage happens. So that's something we could bear in mind here. The fact that this already has blight in it is also quite nice, of course, because when we erupt into it, or when we quake into it, it's going to deal kind of maximum damage from the town perspective. So that's something to consider here. We can, of course, next turn when we erupt, if we erupt in here, we can go 1 wetland, 2 wetland, and then we can open the ways to maybe a 3rd wetland. So that's kind of, maybe up there, for example, that's potentially one thing that we can do as well. So kind of a number of different ways to go about doing this. So given that we also have this land here, which has a ton of buildings in it too, it feels to me as if this is the land we want to erupt in, and it's going to have, how many adjacencies do we have here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's actually pretty good. It's 1 less than this one over here, right? Because this one was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's 1 less. But the way the sort of board is laid out at the moment, it's pretty good because we've got the bigger lands are kind of over here, as opposed to here where some of these kind of smaller lands are. So I think that sounds pretty good to me. So I think this is our target for getting our presence into. It's a little trickier because I can't directly grow into this land because it has blight, but we can left innate, we can proliferate into it, we can unrelenting growth into it, and of course we can move our presence into it as well. So there's a bunch of different ways we can kind of get present into that land. So I think that's all pretty good. So I think in this case, what I will probably look to do, I think with the move presence, we probably want to move that in there and start setting up for next turn. That feels to me like the move. I want to start getting as many as I can in. So that's my move. So then my add presence, I could add back in there if I wanted to, or I could add back up in here. They're the kind of 2 choices now. So I just want to see then, what is the best way? So from an open the ways perspective here, kind of feels like opening the ways with the eruption next turn, the quake next turn up into that land is probably pretty good. This turn it's going to go build, and then it's going to gather a town. So it's going to have 3 towns in there, and they're all going to have 4 health. So we can probably push a bunch of the towns into this land before the quake happens. Fast push the towns in, and then erupt and kill the rest of it. So it feels to me like getting Finder's presence up in that land is decent here. So doing that, if I do that, add a presence to any land at range 2. Into that land. Means I could place this presence from Serpent there. Now what I get to do is I get to defend this land, and this land. As long as I have a Finder presence in here, I can open the ways up in there. And then my only other concern is this land, which I probably already want to start pushing invaders with the innate anyway. I could also grow in the land and then open the ways, but then that requires me getting to another land. I essentially get to open the ways on the 2 Aegises if I want to, but that requires me getting all the way over there, which first of all is difficult. And second of all, I'm not going to be able to do that. No, I won't be able to do that. So what I can do here is I can left an 8 to push 3 things out of this land. Push 3 buildings into that jungle there, leaving only a explorer behind, and I can isolate the land essentially. Or I could defend 3 with shifting memory. One of those 2 things here will work. I think that sounds pretty good. So I like the sound of that. I think that's the plan for all of that. Next turn with Serpent, I can just do reclaimy stuff again to get the Aegis back in my hand, and then maybe what I can do is over here I can do like Aegis in this land, which covers kind of 1, 2, 3, or something along those lines. And then I kind of get decent coverage on that side of the board. Actually, this turn we go Ravage. They'll both die, and then it will gather again. But anyway, all of that seems pretty okay. We'll figure out sort of how that goes as we go. So we did our move into there. Then we actually moved our presence back in there, which seems a little silly, but I think it's okay, because otherwise it would be nice if we could do like Finder. Well, so Finder gets actually a move of presence here, which is something to bear in mind, because Finder can what we want to be thinking about next turn is getting stuff out of lands back over into the Quake lands. So I think Finder might want to do this, move that into there. And that also allows me to start moving this presence back into that land too. So I think that's my move 1. We placed our presence up in there, and then Unrelenting Growth can allow us to reach this land, and this can allow us to reach that land. And I think all of that works pretty well. Okay, good. We've got the growth done. We need to place a presence here. We'll just do that into there. That's fine. Then we have, what else do we have? We have any fast? No, so we moved that. Let's get rid of that. Gained our energy. Did we gain our energy here? Yes, we did. We paid for that. We gained our energy over here, and we gained our energy over here. So that's all good news. So let's go to the fast phase then. So fast phase looks like we paid the 1 air for mentor. So then we will use the mentor to give out the gift of living energy, and then giving this out, what elements are we taking? We are going to take definitely a moon, because definitely an air, and then one of these other matching elements, which at this point in the game I think will be fire. So we take the fire and the air. That goes into play over here. That's fine. We also have to, share secrets. No, not share secrets. Elemental teachings will gain an air, and then I will donate an air and a moon to Finder, because I think that's the elements they need. I can come back and fix that if it's not, but I think that's the elements that they need here, so that's fine. Over on this side of the board, then we're going to use Solidify. Oh yeah, did we want to move our presence with Fractured Days? I actually needed to think about this, because I'm going to be returning Traveler's Boon here, and Traveler's Boon may wish to pull something away. So right now, let's look at the maths of Aegis. So we've 7 absorbed presence. So Aegis is worth 9. So let's look at the board and see what we're actually getting with our defend of 9. Here we have 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we actually do defend that land. That land doesn't need anything. Here we have 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it doesn't cover this land. So this is one we need to think about. This one is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's fine. Here we have 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it covers this. And then this is 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It covers that as well. Now, needless to say, if we start hitting plus damage on those, it'll cause us a decent amount of issues here. But we won't lose us the game or anything like that. We're not going to hit lost condition ravages, but we'd lose a couple of presents. We'd hit a couple of blight. It wouldn't be ideal. So we'll do our best to not have that happen if we can. Over here we have, that was the damage thing from last turn. So 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's definitely a problem. And I think we'll look to Traveller's Boon, a building out of that land. So that's that one, and then here it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's more than covered. So it does mean then that when we do this, we would like to go 1, 2, 3, 4 with the move 4, and we go into that land with Finder. Finder does this a lot because it's got that range 4. It in this team, it just runs off into whatever land you need the Traveller's Boon to, and then it pulls something out of there. As you start getting later in the game, you want to use the Traveller's Boon on Serpent if you can, but here I don't want to. Well, I have to solve that land anyway, and I don't want to take a blight for no reason. So I'll look to pull the city out, and then we'll be left behind with 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's covered by the defense. So again, edge case will start to cause a few blight here, but hopefully it won't come to that. So that's all okay. So that was the move. Next thing, we won't age us yet. We will solidify echoes. Use this. It's going to give us a defend of 3. Choose one of target spirits land. So I'm targeting myself in this case. And if I target myself, I can give this defend of 3, this defend of 3. I can open the ways up to this land. I can give this defend of 3 as well. So I'm now going to go defend 3 because it's that and all adjacent lands. This also as well, just in case something gets pushed in there. That's 3. That's 3. This is 3. And then this one up here in the corner is 3 as well. So there's lots of very nice edge case prevention happening here. So really the only edge case land in this case is going to be that one up there. So that's pretty good. After that, then what do we have? We have we hit the second level, or sorry, the threshold. So we get to reclaim a power card and play it by paying its cost. So that will put our Study the Invader Spheres into play, and that will give us access to the Fulminate here and the Fulminate over here. So that's all nice to have. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give the Living Energy and give 2 energy to Finder. Then what am I going to do? Then I'm going to Study the Invader Spheres. Gain 2 fear. Turn that over. It's just another defend thing. We don't care about that. We do also have, by the way, the defend this turn in a couple of different lands. So that's also some nice edge case prevention. 1, 2, and 3 over there, and 4. So actually, we're not getting edge cased at all. I'd looked at this a little bit offline. I forgot to say that in terms of the values of the Ravage. So I knew we were kind of mostly protected, which is pretty good. Let me stop and get a sip of beer. And by sip, I mean healthy gulp. That beer's so good. Strong, very hoppy IPA. Citrusy, malty, bitter. Yeah, real strong flavor hops. Rich. Almost expensive taste. It's not an expensive beer. It's just bog standard pricing. But like when you taste the hops in a beer, it feels like a quality, rich sort of rich man's IPA, if you will. Because a lot of them, you can buy them. If you go to the fancy office, you can buy beers for ridiculous money, like €12, €15 for a can, and they're very often like super high hops, super high percentage. They're extremely strong in flavor and stuff like that. But sometimes you can just get very decent, strong quality flavor profiles from a can that was like €3 or $3.50 or something like that. So anyway, I said I would minimize my beer yap on this because I'm trying to get through it fast. So that's all done. That's good. We've got our slips here, and that's okay. What else do we have over here? We're not ageising yet. We will share secrets soon, but we're not doing that yet either. We can get rid of that mentor token there, and we're actually tapped out apart from a fire token, so that's okay. Now, so let us actually start doing some slips here, because that's what's going to matter. So we will slip Finder. No, we won't. Not yet. Yes, we will. Slip Finder. Unrelenting Growth. I'll target myself. I'm going to add 2 presents and a Wilds, which actually combos with the fear card coming this turn, which is kind of funny. And I'm going to add 2 presents into one of these lands. It's probably not going to matter which one, but I suppose I'd rather have 2 in this land and 1 in the corner. So I'll put 2 presents in there and a Wilds. From a Ravage perspective, we already know this is going to be 3 plus 9. It's 12, and that, as we said, was 3, 5, 7, 8. 9, 10. Yeah, it's way edge case proofed, so that's fine. So we'll go into that land with the Unrelenting Growth. We of course don't have the threshold. We don't care about that. Next thing we do then is we reclaim the card and we play it again for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do that. Now what we'll do is, that's the first slip. Second slip, we put our presents back there, and we will we'll put our presents back there, and then we'll target Finder again. So Finder is now again going to slow to fast this Unrelenting Growth, which is now going to go to Serpent, which goes 1 and 1, and they're all going to go into this Quake Zone. That goes in there, and they also add, of course, one of these lads, the Wilds, which will make absolutely no difference in this game whatsoever. You can be almost certain of that. So the Wilds goes in there, and then the next part of the slip, I'm not going to pick this up. I'm going to pick up Traveler's Boon, and I'm going to play it for 0. That's the second slip resolved. We have one more slip available to us this turn, and we'll do that now momentarily. The Traveler's Boon comes into play, and now I'm just going to check my my elements here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 water. That's good. This Annie up here is becoming an air. We took the 2 air from the teachings, and we have 1 under here, so that's our 4 air. We have 1 plus 2 moon, and we're missing. We're actually missing the sun, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to get to proliferate myself here, and I could take the sun by going that way, but that's not what I want to do. I want to do the +1 energy on the +1 range. It's not going to matter for most of the rest of the turns, because I'm probably in a reclaim loop at this stage, but 1 extra energy could matter, and the 1 extra range for this turn doesn't matter. Yeah, because if I do that, then I get to use this innate potentially better. Although actually the innate is probably just going 1 and 2 anyway. Is it? No, because we don't need to move them out of there. So the innate I was thinking about was going to go... Where was I thinking about doing that innate? Oh, in there. Because we're going to grow in there, and then this innate we can go push. Yeah, so that was kind of what I was thinking about. But if I don't have the sun, I can't do that. How did I... Not sure exactly how I managed this. In my head, I mean. Yeah, at a certain point I must have just... Again, I was kind of only half thinking through this in my head the last few days, but I don't know whether at some point I thought maybe I was giving the gift of living energy to Finder or something, and that was going to give them the sun, but I needed it on Finder's side because I had to get access to this air and this air, as well as the 3 thing. Yeah, no, so I couldn't. So yeah, I think I'm just 1 shy here. I'm just going to have to choose either the max innate or the +1 range, and we just kind of have to just accept that. That was from there. Sorry. So we'll look at that now in a minute. So that's fine. The actual Traveler's Boon itself we can resolve. Pull this city down into this land. I'm gonna pull the obviously the Fractures Present. That's where it started the turn. So it went all the way up there and then it came back, which is quite nice. And that's now solved because that has the beast, which I'm not pulling out of there because that's a defend of 3 and that's some edge case protection, so that's all good. So the Traveler's Boon is done. We're going to get one isolate. We're going to get two. No, we're only getting one isolate as well. So actually interesting. That's also a little bit not ideal either, but we'll make it work. It's okay. As I say, it's unrelenting growth memes. I did not have to do this unrelenting growth stuff at all here. I did this for fun and tried to accelerate the Quake up a little bit here, but I could have just been much safer. I could have just reclaimed. I could have played all my elements, done much more of a controlling type thing, maybe even unrelenting growth the following turn. But we're not here for that. We're here for the memes. So that's all good. What else do we have here? Now we're going to do Aegis, which, as we said, is defend of 9. Let's get our D20 here, and we'll do defend of 9 in this land, and we'll open the ways into this land up here. So this will now, instead of having a defend of 3, it'll have a defend of 12. I don't have enough D20s to do that, but I'll just mark that as an open the ways land up there, so that's fine. And there. So that's that, and then that's going to give 1, 2, 3 lands all defend. The next thing then that we're going to do is we are going to use my last slip, which is 1 and 1. Open this window, it's very warm here. Open it more, should I say? So slip, those two go back on top. Slip Serpent. So they have obviously the 1 for, the 2 for, they've got, obviously the first and second level here. So we'll give 1 energy to everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now everyone except Mentor gets proliferated. So that's 1, 2, and then we have to decide on where Finder goes. So before we decide that, so Serpent is going in there. That's easy. Going into the mess. And then Finder here can go at range 1 of this land, or it could open the way somewhere if it really would like to. I might open the ways up there, because that might give me access to a Traveler's Boon out of that land next turn, which could be good. I think I'll do that. And that's fine. We won't have access to the 3rd level. That's fine. We'll have the Quake and the Slow. Put those there for now. Now, after the Slow to Fast is done on that, now I am going to pick up the Elemental Aegis and I'll play it again. And then this time I will Aegis over here for another 9. And that's going to cover all of those lands over there. And there's no open the ways this time around. So now we have to do something about this land, because this isn't getting the defend of 9, which is okay. So we will now at this point. Oh yeah, we have to decide the Finder proliferation. Sorry, that was the one thing that we didn't decide on yet. So if we proliferate Finder from, for example, there into there, that gives us the Sun and it gives us the full thing, which does give us the push 3 invaders out of this land into there, which is pretty good. The thing about it is, next turn I'm going to have, so I'm going to go add a presence for sure off bottom. So that's going to be 1 more presence, but I can't add it in there. I'm going to get to move a presence, which I can move either 1 or 2 from there directly in there. So that's fine. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I'm going to get a fast unrelenting growth, which is 6, 7, 8, and probably a fast proliferation, which is up to 9. So I'll essentially get a fast eruption for at least 9. I'd likely also do a Finder and 8 to get another presence in there. So it's probably going to be about 10 presents in that land next turn on the eruption, which means I'll get 10 damage in this land. So I don't need to empty this land. I just need to make sure it don't take damage off the Ravage this turn. So I don't actually care about the Maxinate for that. So that's one reason to not go from there and go from there. The second lay paths, then, it's got to be from up here, because as we talked about, I'm going to have to do that next turn anyway. I can't clear that land next turn from the quake, because it's gonna have too many towns in it. So I can just get a bunch of that stuff out of there now and into this mess. And then, so for example, if I go from this and I place a presence, I can place it in there, but I don't have to, because I'll have a plus range, so I'll have range into that land. So instead I could do, I was going to say I could go in there, but I can't reach it. Where else could I go? At range 1, I could go there. That's another way to get presence back into the land next turn. So I think that's a pretty good range 1. And now I have the innate first and third level, which is the push half. Then I can go push half of these in there, and I can push half of them in there. Let's take the 2 buildings out of this land for now and see what that looks like. They would both go in here, 1 and 2. This is becoming a mess. 1 and 2. The ravage is more than covered. Then it's going to go build a town, and then it's going to gather a town. So next turn it'll have 2 towns, 2 explorers, which is about 10 damage, which actually is pretty perfect. So I like the sound of that. So that's going to be the left innate up there. The left innate down here then is going to do what I said, which is just push 2 buildings, which is another city in here, and then another town in here. I'm gonna clean all this up at the end of the turn. So those things now. So that's now a defend of 3, and it's ravaging for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here we're just going to put the defend of 3 from shifting memory in that land. So we've got 2 defend of 3s in there, because of course we have the left innate. Now defended of 6, so that's good. We will still only have 1 isolation this turn, and we'll need to think about what we do from an isolation perspective here. We have the +1 range, so I might choose to isolate that land and at least make it less of a problem for next turn, that kind of thing. Actually, no, I can isolate that land so that it doesn't gather in and it's not going to ravage next turn, which is much better. So yeah, so isolate goes in that land over there. It's 1 less problem to solve next turn. That's range of 2, 1 + 1. So we've done our innates both here. We've done all the slips. We have done all our fast except for share secrets, and at this point here, I think share secrets just wants to kind of get 1 to hand in there. There's no better than that. Yeah, just 1 to hand in there. I could also just gather 2 to hand in there. That might be better actually. Yeah, 1, 2. Okay. Because that's at range 1, gather the 2 Dahan out of those 2 lands here. This was only going to kill an explorer anyway, so it's no big deal. So that's good. So we're done with that. We're done with this, done with this. All of this is done. We're fully done here. So it took a little bit longer to figure out, but now we're very well set up for next turn. So I think all that's going to look pretty good here. So we've got this and this for slow, and everything else is pretty kosher. Did we pay for everything? Looks like we have. So yeah, let's do this thing. We need to flip an event. And it is Relentless Optimism. It is indeed the one we saw last time. So totally safe. For the rest of the turn, don't generate fear for destroying buildings. We literally don't care about generating fear in this comp. It's just almost not a thing, especially in this particular matchup. There may be others where you're not aiming for a board clear, but this team can and very much will clear the board. So it doesn't matter whether you generate fear or not. So this isn't the thing. Then we have on each board in the land with the most combined invaders plus Dahan. We are going to add some disease here. And we're going to kill some Dahan, but it's not the biggest deal. Most combined invaders plus Dahan. On this board, we've got, I suppose, this one, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any bigger than that? That's 5 as well there. I'll kill that one, because it's only 1 on its own. So that's gone. Where else? Over here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, that goes in there and it kills one of them. Down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's only 4, and then this is 7. So 5 plus 1. So unfortunately, that's going to kill at the hand there. And then finally on this board, there's only one choice. Kill at the hand there. Sorry to see you go, guys. We love having you in the team, but it's just one of them things, unfortunately. So that's that part of the thing done, and then we have each spirit with at least 2 among all its lands gaining energy. So I'd imagine this is some of us anyway, at least. Yeah. So do we have Finder is a no. Serpent is a yes. That's 1 energy. Finder is definitely a yes, and then also Shifting Memory is a yes. Some nice energy there. We might need it, we may not. Let's see. That's gone. Now we go beset by many troubles, which does some defendy stuff that we talked about, so not going to matter. So let's go ahead and do our ravages. So safe. Here we said it was a defend of 9 against 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's safe. Here it's safe by miles, and we get to kill 1 town, which is a fear because it's durable. Over here we get to kill just an explorer. Actually, no. So we're gonna quake in the slow. So we'll kill. We'll deal 2 damage to the city. Here it's nothing. Here we will kill the town. 1. Over here, safe. These 2 die. And this is safe, and then none of this is ravaging down here. So no blight was added. We don't do anything about Habsburg loss condition stuff, obviously. Now we'll go to the build. Wetlands up here is going to go build. Down here we're going to build a city. City. That took 2 damage. Down here we're going to build a town. Here it's going to be a town. Here it's going to be a town. There it's going to be 2 towns. 1 and 2. 2. Over here it'll be 2 towns as well. 1 and 2. And then up there it's nothing. Now we do the gather. Board land order. Board A, that's isolated. Here we will gather from we can hit basically any terrain here. So we'll just take, I think, from there. Yeah, that's that board. This board here, we go board land order. So it's this land first, and we'll gather from here. Then this land here, and we'll gather from there. Now we have board C down here. This land we'll gather from there. And then this land we'll gather from. We actually haven't opened the ways here if we want one. And I think we won't want one, so we'll just gather from there. And then finally this board over here, we gather. Again, we can open the ways, but we won't open the ways. We'll gather that. And then here, finally, we will gather from, I think, that land there. That's okay. And then, so that's our after the build. And then we'll explore, and it is mountains. So we have an escalation, which is going to be the Habsburg livestock escalation. I did lead with Habsburg, didn't I? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Because I started with, Jesus. I did lead with Habsburg here, didn't I? Surely. Let me check this for a second. So yes, I do have Habsburg leading. The reason this is never a problem for me, I never forget, is because I usually have these little cards over here, just off screen. I use these all the time to just make sure I'm remembering the rules, but I usually have them set up where I can see both cards. But because this table is much more cluttered for this game, I just have them both perched kind of one behind the other. So I don't have the visual cue on which is leading and which isn't. But yeah, so it's Habsburg leading. So it's after exploring. So we'll explore first. So down here, we explore. Here we explore. Here. 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 On this side, it's 1 and 1. Okay, that's the explorer. Now, after exploring, so we'll just move this along so we can see what this is going to actually look like. We're not hitting the reminder card this turn, but we're going to hit it next turn, which is something all right. So now we have to do the after explore here, and we've got a ton of towns on the board, so we'll have to clean this all up. So we need to go on each board with 4 or fewer blight, and then 2 or fewer blight. So 1, 2, that's 1 and 2, and then this is 1 and 1. So we're still in the same situation. So we actually have to double Habsburg escalation on each board. So I'm running out of town pieces here. So what I'll do is I need to clean this up anyway. So I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm pulling 4 towns out of that land. So we'll start by cleaning that bit up first. I'm going to get a bunch of these back in the pool at the end of the turn anyway, but just for now. That's 4 towns I just took out of there to put them in my hand. I'm still 1 short because I'm going to have 7, not 8. But we'll see. So each board, this board here, and is there any other land apart from that wetland? No, unfortunately there isn't. So I'm forced to put that in there, even though I isolated it. So that's something I should have been able to see coming because I knew I was hitting an escalation. But again, I'm not thinking about every detail. Over on this board, I actually don't think I have any available lands. No, I do. I've 1. Everything else has a town or a blight. Yeah. Down on this board, then town or blight. That's 1 for sure. And then this is also going to be 1. Is it the only other option? It is. I have to isolate a blight in there, but that's okay because that's going to just die to the quake. Over on. So what have I done here? Did I do this land? Yeah, I did. So this board, this board, this board. So now on this board here, I will choose 1 and I guess 2. Just kind of bring it all closer to the quake zone. So that's all good. So I actually did manage to get away with my 7 towns, which is nice. So that is all of that. Now, let us look and see what the lay of the land looks like. We have 2 power card boons, draft boons to give out. We also have this. So we'll look at the event first. The Rising Ace. Let's have a look here. Healthy Island. On a coastal land on each board, move a town 1 or 2 lands inland. Yeah, we'd be happy enough with that. That's not going to cause any problems for us. And then we have Grimtoll, choose a land with Dahan, and then deal 2 damage to invaders and Dahan. So we'd kill some of our Dahan here. 1 and 2 and 3. We'd kill 3 Dahan, but I'm not about to start worrying too much about that. And then we have a defend per Dahan on the land. So yeah, again, we'll take a loss of 3 Dahan here. It's not a problem at all. So that is fine. I'll take a little screenshot of that so I remember what it is. Now we'll shuffle this. We'll allow it on top or second. You're basically just anything that doesn't force blight. You're almost keeping anything that doesn't force blight on top. I did put farmers on the bottom in this game. I could have left farmers on top, as I said at the time, but it just felt a little too heavy on buildings. But ultimately, once you don't flip that blight card, you're in a lot of control in the game. If that blight card flips, things start to go wrong. So that's why you happily accept 3 Dahan dead, no problem. Again, they're our brethren and they're doing well for us with this combo, but we aren't required to have them. So let's have a look. So give the power, gain a minor power card. We're going to give this over to Shifting Memory. They get 1 and 2. They don't get a choice. Any nice ones, Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth and Dry Wood. I'm just looking from an element perspective here. Pull Beneath might help us with Serpent Quakes later on, but ultimately they're not exciting. That's fine. And then we're also going to give out a Boon of Ancient Memories here. And I think I'll probably just give that to Shifting Memory too. I might give them access to a major here, see if anything spicy comes up. Because we've got our game more or less sorted with Finder here. Yeah, I'll give Shifting Memory a major, see if they can find a way to spend their energy. So two cards, Sleep and Never Wake, and an Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky. We do love that card. Yeah, I'll just take the both of them and just forget something else. Forget Dry Wood. Nobody wants a Dry Wood, Smoldering, blah blah blah. Okay, these two cards go in my hand. I'll see if I can win without playing them, but we do love an Exaltation on this channel, that's for sure. Okay, so that's that, and then we have the Serpent rouses in anger, and then here that is going to be pay 7, 3 and 1 for. What am I talking about? I don't have a Quake. I'm doing the Quake fast next turn. I'm all over the place. Give me that 7 back, you madman. I have just the normal Serpent thing, which is 1 moon, 1, 2, 3 earth, and then 2 fire. So I can basically do 2 damage and then push 1 town somewhere. 2 damage and push a town. I think I'll probably just do them there and then just stop that being a thing I have to solve next turn. Yeah. 2 damage, push that town, it dies. So I get 3 fear. Because it's 2 damage and it pushes it into a blighted land. So that's okay. Take back all of our defend values here. Don't need any of these anymore. Yeah. Oh. My poor son had a bad dream. He just came into the room. I will, of course, have to cut all of that out. I'm just in the middle of thinking about Spirit Island. The door opens and my son opens, and he's crying from a bad dream. The poor pet. Anyway, where in the name of God was I? What was I saying? What was I talking about? I had just done the innate. I don't know. I was probably waffling. I did that. We gained the fear off the thing. So we're going back and we're doing regrowth, or we're doing growth and reclaims and all that sort of stuff. So throw all this energy back over here. Oh. They're gone. They're gone. Up there. That's gone. Back there. These are gone. Money wise. All that's going back in my hand for sure with Finder. Those ones are going over there. I'm not sure whether I'll be reclaiming yet with Serpent. We'll have to see. Oh yeah, we will be, of course. And then Finder, I mean, do I look for a major here with Finder? I don't think so, because I'm going Unrelenting Growth. And I just don't want to give away any of the other cards. So I'll just look for a minor with Finder, and they're going to take 2, 4, 5, 6 energy. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 6 energy, and we'll just take a minor power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Call to Isolation. Yeah, why not? Get it in. Serpent is going to reclaim, and they're going to add a presence. That's going to go from bottom track. Probably end up taking that plant again, but I'll get rid of it for now. Only 1 energy. That'll start taking up much more next turn, so that's okay. And then over here, fractured, all that energy goes away, and then they're going to reclaim, and they're going to go bottom, bottom. It's only going to be 2 energy this time, so we've only got 2 slips. All of that is going to be back in my hand. That's gone. We get 2 air for all the worth that is, and we get 1 more energy as well. So we have 2 energy with fractured this turn, and we just want to basically hit a max slip again because that's all we ever can do or care about. So then Serpent, actually, yeah, Serpent doesn't have to reclaim because they have a double reclaim, so just get to pick both of those cards back up. So that's great. So in actual fact, then I just gain 4 energy, which is 3 plus 1. It doesn't give me access to the move is the only thing, which actually does have a cost. So do I need the 4 energy? Probably not, in truth, because I'll have my cards cost 6, I think. So let's put that 4 back for now. Here's what I want to do. These are coming back in my hand either way. So I'm going to play 5 cards this turn. This is essentially just the combo kind of coming together. So you play these 5 cards, and it costs 6 total energy. There's this call won't be played, and then this gives you everything for the Quake, except I think it's 3 elements short, which I'll get from the teachings. So this is gonna basically give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's just quickly change this out. I'm essentially just seeing here whether I need this 4 energy or not, because if I don't, I'm going to do the move presence. So I just converted a 3 into 3 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The absorb will give me 3 back. That'll put me up to 12. And it cost me 7 to Quake. That'll leave me with 5. At this point, I will have already basically maxed that out, and I'll just gain 12 more next turn. Yeah, I don't need the 4 energy, so I'm going to reclaim, even though I actually don't even need to, because I want the extra 1 presence here, because it'll be worth a bunch of damage. So we'll forget all about that. We will do the reclaim and the move, which will just be from here, I believe. Maybe not, but probably. We'll come back to that decision for now. I'll mark it with a token. Oh yeah, that was that I used before. Where's my other tokens? Here they are. Or my other dice, should I say. I'll mark that with another dice for now. On the side of Fracture, they've got 2 energy, and all they care about doing here is hitting an 8. So they're going to need to play 3 so we also need the fast here as well. So we're going to want to hit I'm gonna hit 3 sun and 3 moon. Do we have anything that we can give Fractured here that's interesting? I mean, yeah, we do. We can also absorb one of their presence, which might look better than this other stuff. We also could get Exaltation into play somehow, and then use that to just give an extra card play to Fractured or something along those lines. So that's all kind of fun as well. Actually, an extra card play to Serpent here to give them Irresistible Call would be nice, wouldn't it? Assuming that works out. So it would, yeah, just about. It would exactly work out, but that would look really good. Could we Irresistible Call here? Oh, here's someone knocking on the door here. It's probably my wife checking on what's going on. Better check this. Oh, Jesus. My son down again. Oh, God. He's not happy. He's upset. His ear is sore. I think he might be sick. My wife has taken over, though, thankfully, so I do get to continue trying to close this one out. So let us see. I think, as I say, I think I could go, in theory, irresistible call. So if I get exaltation into play, I could exaltation the Serpent, let them play irresistible call. The absorb gives them 3, which puts us up to 12, and then this Serpent wakes puts us up to 13. That gives them 2 slow to fast here, which would be super nice. And then we can use all of our slips on Finder doing cool things. So I think all of that sounds really cool and really nice. So I think I'll just do it. I said might like to win without exaltation, but what the hell? As I said, this is a winning game no matter what I do at this point. So I might as well go all out and try to be as ridiculous as possible. So let's see if I can make all of that happen. So in this case, we would go. So we still need to reclaim cards because I need the teachings back, almost certainly. So I'll get these 2 cards back in my hand. I'll go off that and I'll gain 3 energy. There's my 3 energy. Now, I think this time I want to play teachings and I want to play exaltation. I think it'll make it a little bit trickier here to do the mentor thing, that's for sure. But we'll see about that and we'll see what that looks like. I do get to prepare an element marker here. And I'll come back to that decision and see what that looks like. I believe here that'll be paying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We won't be hitting the threshold, but we don't care about that. Adding a presence at range 0 would help me to deal 3 damage in there, which is fine. So add it in there, and then we'll get to give Serpent a 3 damage in one of their lands as well, which is whatever. So I'm just going to kind of shortcut some of this stuff here so that I can see what this all looks like. The irresistible call, I won't pay for it yet, but that's going to be out there. What does that look like from an element perspective? That gives me my my innate, because I'm going to want the extra presence in play, so that's fine, because that's the plant and the plant plus whatever. So then after that, then the only thing I'm counting is the elements for the innate over here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 moon. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 fire, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 earth. That puts us a moon, 2 fire, and an earth short, if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3, 4 fire, yeah, and we need 6. So I need 4 elements, but 1 Annie can be placed right there. So I need 3 elements, which teachings can give me, which is nice. So the teachings, the fires here, giving out some cards or whatever here will be fine. The one thing as well that I need to consider here, so what I could do is I could go absorb, shifting, and give them the earth, and then they're only 1 air short of the mentor ability, which if I took an air from here, that can allow them mentor somebody, and then mentor gives out a card, any of these cards really. Obviously here at this point I want to be putting one into play with Fractured most likely, to give them access to their full innate. So let's say I share secrets and I give that out. Do I want to do that though? Might need to reclaim that card next turn. So actually here I would get to prolife, and then I get to go to reclaim 1, and then I could do Yeah, I get the exaltation again. Yeah, so I will give out the share secrets. That's going to cost me 0. That gives the thing over there. And then when I give this out, what I can do is I can take the earth and the moon off this card, and then I take the fire off the teachings, and that'll give me one. Actually, I don't even need the fire off the teachings because I have the fire, so I can take whatever I want off teachings. So that works. Yeah, all good. So that's the growth over here. I'm taking the air off that. This is sitting under here for now, and I had a fire in play, so that's fine. The irresistible call is in my hand. The interesting point here will be, so over here I give 1 on blur, 2 presents available. I have 3 card plays, so I can actually play a 3rd card here, and I need to, of course, which will be, so if I do gift the living energy, oh yeah, because I don't have, I have some sort of 0 in here, don't I? What do I have? Visions of a Fiery Doom, push a town. Where does that push a town out of? Might actually help. So yeah, let's do that instead. So we won't give out this. We'll give out Visions of a Fiery Doom. Same 2 elements. We get to keep the share secrets just in case that matters. And we instead get to play Gift of Living Energy, which also might matter. Okay. Now, Finder. Reclaimed, we took a minor. We took our 6 energy. We have to think about where we're moving our presence to. That's going to matter a lot. But let's look at our card plays first. We're playing the Unrelenting Growth. Am I still being recorded? I am. I just had the fear that I'd turned the thing off or whatever before. Okay, so I'm playing the Unrelenting Growth. What else am I playing here? Does Aid from the Spirit Speakers do nice things for us here? Start gathering a bunch of stuff across the board that might matter. Spirit Speakers plus Offer Passage, for example, could be a useful way to just get a bunch of stuff out of, like, I don't know, here. We have infinite range, so that's all going to be okay. We have 3 card plays. We've got loads of energy. So what I'm thinking here is slipping Fractured twice this turn, because now we don't need to slip Serpent anymore, because we'll have the 2 slow to fasts off the exaltation, which is great. We can slip Finder twice, which can allow us to use like Circuitous and Wending Journey, and I don't know, one of these other cards. I need the Ways of Shore and Heartland for my innate, so I could play maybe those 2. What else? I could, instead of Aid from the Spirit Speakers. Oh yeah, I'm only going to have 2 slow to fast because one of them is going to be Unrelenting Growth, so that's okay. So of these, I probably put Circuitous back. I take a slow to fast. No, sorry. I can put Ways of Shore Heartland back. I can do a fast Circuitous, and then I could play Traveler's Boon. Could be a way to do this, and Traveler's Boon will be a way to get me another presence of Serpent, which is great. So I think that's probably going to be the totality of my 5 plays here. Oh, I also have Gift of Flowing Power. So Flowing Power can do lots of nice things here, and it's just going to give me another card play. What do I want to do with that? I could call to ISO. Not doing that much for me here, apart from maybe getting that out of there, but we don't care that much about doing that. So the solves we want to do, let's maybe just look at those on the board here, just to be clear. Yeah, I dealt 2 to that last turn for no reason. So we want to solve, that's going to be solved by the Ravage, or by the Quake. That's the one that's missing. That's the one that's missing. This should be solved as well for the most part. We can also maybe defend it, so I think that one should be okay if it's not killed by the Quake. This, we said we were probably going to open the ways up and kill with the Quake, So that should be fine. So then it's basically 1 and 2. They're the 2 lands that we need to solve, as well as these 2. So 4 total lands. And 2 of them are already set up extremely well for my left and 8, because not only can they push a bunch of stuff out of the land, they can also push the presence from Serpent into that land. So that means then these are the 2 lands here that I want to get stuff out of. So how do I do that in a neat and tidy way? Circuitous and Wending Journey can push stuff. For example, push these 2 round up into there. Leaves 2 explorers behind. So that's something. We can, of course, do this kind of offer passage between worlds business here, as well as the aid from the spirit speakers, or call to isolation, which does much the same thing. So left and 8 is what? Push half. So with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, and then 6 here. So we get 3 invaders out, plus 1 more, leaves 2 behind. So we have anyway the absorb or the elemental ages to do some defending here. And the defending can be done in maybe those 2 lands there to cover what's left behind. And then maybe I move my presence in there with Finder, and I just open the ways to defend this. I think so. I don't see anywhere that I have to get my presence with Finder here, so I think I just go move this infinite range, because I can move 1, but I ignore range this turn. So move this to here. Oh, actually, hang on a second. Oh yeah, no, I'll leave him in there. Move that range to move that to there. So that's that done. Play the Circuitous, the Unrelenting Growth, and the Traveler's Boon, I guess. And then I'll have the extra 2 card plays from hand. It's actually an extra 3, is it? 2 off the 2 slips, and 1 off the Gift of Flowing Pair. So yeah, I think I have 3 card plays then, which can be probably 1, 2. Okay, 1, 1, 1, 2. So these are my extra cards over here. We'll get to those soon. We don't need another Unrelenting Growth here, so I'm not going to bother. I'd rather just have max control. The Traveler's Boon, as we said, is going to pull something in from what do you call it here? So now the question is, add a presence to a land without blight. I guess it just goes there. Yeah, seems okay. And then we move a presence. I think it just moves in there. Okay. Next. There are my 3 card plays with Finder. There are my 5 card plays with Serpent. Oh yeah, Serpent is going to have the irresistible call. It's the other thing I just completely forgot about. So yeah, I don't even know where I'm. Oh yeah, so irresistible call can solve that land for sure. I can also gather from here as well, which is a nice thing. So where do I call? Do I call to this land? No. I think I call to this land because I can gather stuff out of there, yeah. So call to that land means I want to get a presence in there with Finder, but I can do, or with Finder, but I can do that off the Proliferate. So yeah, that sounds good as well. Okay. All sounds pretty decent. Yeah. Okay. Now, what else? lot of actions here, but we're nearly there. So blur. Oh yeah, blur can do something as well, can't it? We'll decide on blur at the end. Gives the living energy. We already did this. No, we didn't. We did it last turn. We'll do it again. Living energy, 2 energy to finder. Blur. We said we're going to come back to these cards are in finder's hand. That's all there. Oh yeah, Gift of the Primordial Deeps is the other card, the other thing that actually just gives Finder a moon. I forgot about that as well, or gives Fractured a moon. And then I can put I can put a different card into play with Mentor. Will that matter? I think I'd like to get the Share Secrets of Survival into play here. I think it does some pretty interesting things with no, it doesn't really. No. What I do with that is I Primordial Deeps over to Shifting Memory. Gains a minor power. We did that, didn't we? Remove that presence, yeah. Gains a minor. Do I want to play it? They're all like whatever. Sucking Ooze. Yeah, I mean. Sure, why not? Keep it simple. But oh yeah, no, I forgot. I don't look at 4 cards here with thing. I'll just shuffle these up and I'll take 4 of them. You can clearly see here I'm trying to shortcut the things and I'm all over the place. I'll take 2 of these. They both go in my hand here. It doesn't contain the Sucking Ooze. Doesn't matter that we know what those cards are. It makes no difference. So I won't put either of those into play here, and I'll just take the Earth and the Moon. We said we were taking the what do you call it off that, so that's okay. Now the next thing here then that we want to do is we want to oh yeah, I already at the start of the turn oh no, I didn't, did I shortcut to put the no, I haven't used Mentor yet. That's fine. So that's those 2. What else? Absorb Essence. Give myself 3 energy. Give 1 energy to Shifting Memory and give them a air. Now there's those 2 air there. This Visions is not going to be the card I give out anymore. I'm changing my mind again on that, because now what I can do is I can give out Share Secrets twice, which might do something interesting. So that's going to go back under here. Again, I'll take the same elements. So now I can go 2 air. I've got the Sun, I've got the 4 air, and then I have 1, 2, and then I'm taking a from Absorb. What did I say? From Absorb. Took 1. Did I cheat here? Did I take the air off Absorb? I think I did. Yeah, I think I cheated. As in, I took that. That was going to be the first thing I took. And then I think when I said Absorb, I think I should have gone there, but I put it over here. So that should have been there. I'm actually short an Earth to be able to do the double thing. So whatever. Look, it doesn't matter. I'm playing with my food at this point, so that doesn't matter at all. So anyway, that's going to be all of that. Now I don't need to spend any elements on this innate is basically the point here. So I get to use the innate, give out the Share Secrets of Survival, which I'm almost certainly going to regret. Take those 2 elements. The Share Secrets goes into play on oh no, good lord, can't give out the Share Secrets. Give out the bloody Visions of a Fiery Doom that I talked about. I am genuinely all over the place here. Visions, pay 1. That gives me the 3rd moon. Christ. Okay. Mentor's done. Teachings we'll come back to, because at this stage I'm not certain what I need anymore. So we'll come back to teachings at the end. Now, there are the three things in my hand. These are the things that I played for the turn with Finder. It will matter, of course, because of slips. So next thing's next. Exaltation. I'm targeting Serpent. We both get to deal 3 damage in our land. Sure. This one, I think. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. I think that's right. Yep. Okay. Now, dearie me. That's 3 damage there, and then over here I just do 1, 2, 3. I guess 3 damage into that land. Kill all those explorers. Now the next thing we both get to do is play an extra card. What will I play? Could have played the share secrets after all. Oh dear. Yeah, why not? Just play the share secrets because it's easier. And then Serpent gets to play the irresistible call for 6. Okay. And then we also each get a 2 slow to fast. At this stage now, I can't even remember what Exaltation does anymore. 3 damage, 2 slow to fast, play an extra card. Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite card. How do I not remember? So Irresistible Call is into play. 2 slow to fast over here is going to be good. Slow to fast doesn't matter at all over on that side. Over here, we get to do 1 fear, and then we get to push a town at range 0. So we'll push, we have 4 towns in here. We're going to push one of them somewhere in there. And that puts that down to 3. That's fine. We don't have, actually we do. We'll generate 1 more fear because we have the 2 fire. Blur we're coming back to. What else? So now we get to start doing slips. Slip. Unrelenting growth. 2 presents from Serpent into this. 1, 2. And another one of these. Why not? Now, then we get to go. I can reclaim a card. I'm not going to. I'm going to play an extra card. I'll play the Offer Passage. Second slip. Cost me a time. Resolve the circuitous and wending journey. Push a load of stuff somewhere. I don't know. Do I push half of that out of there? Maybe. Yeah, I guess. Push those 3 towns out of there, I think. In there. I could push the beast as well, but sure, I'm not going to bother. So that's fine. We push them out of there. And then we now get to, again, I don't want to pick up a card. I want to play another card, which will be the Aid from the Spirit Speakers. And then finally give the Flowing Power. Give me an extra energy. And let me play the Ways of Shore and Heart, and I'll put that into play as well. Now all my card plays are in play here, and I, of course, at this point, almost certainly have to have the left innate and all of the right innate. So I've got what? Yeah, I've got more than enough air. I've got the 2 moon. Yeah, so I can still give myself this plant, and then I can max the right innate. Is that correct? Yeah. So I get 3 isolates, and I get some stuff as well. So that's all good. So we will then left innate. No, before the left innate, we're going to Elemental Aegis, I believe. In this land. I never absorbed one of these presents, of course. That has to go there. So this is now going to be 10. Defend this land for 10 and all adjacent lands, and I'll open the ways to this land when I do that. I don't even think I need to. I'll open the ways to this land when I do that. Okay. And then that was what? That was the Aegis. Okay, so we've done almost everything. The next thing we need to do is we need to Irresistible Call, which gathers range 2, target this land, gather 5 towns. Oh no, not yet. First, I'm going to fast the Leftinate, which, as we said, we've plenty of energy for. And I actually am going to hit the major the major thing here to add extra actions to what I'm doing. But anyway, so we'll go last presence in here. We'll all gain 1 energy. I actually need this energy very badly. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're all going to get to proliferate now. We actually get to. This is the first time in testing that I've in playing this team that I have gotten to proliferate with shifting memory, which is kind of cool. So okay, so I'll go bottom. We took one already. Over here we'll take the push 1 town stuff, and then over here we'll just go top, and then proliferate into range 1. We'll go in there. Why not? For Finder, we will go. Where do we go with Finder? Range 1 somewhere. Is there anywhere that I need to Traveler's Boon? Is what I'm looking at here. Don't think so. I know I want to go in there with Finder. And then Traveler's Boon with Fractured. Don't know. In there. Don't know. Give them better range for Traveler's Boon next turn. I'll go in there. Okay, that's all of our proliferates done. Now, then we do the gain of major power without forgetting thing. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I can't believe I have to gain all these major powers. This is so annoying. Fractured. You can have Storm Swat. Why not? Gone. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dream of the Untouched Land. Yeah, why not? Serpent, you get Dream of the Untouched Land because it's hilarious. It's got our elements. That's enough. Finder. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get all these terrible things, sweep into the sea, and then I actually don't get to do it on shifting memory, which is fine because they've only got 2 absorb presence. So that's all that. Now, that was the Leftinate resolved. Now we get to do Irresistible Call. So here into this land, but then from here we will make this land and this land adjacent. So that means I'm going to gather 2 towns. Oops. We'll start with the towns first. So that's 2 towns. Next thing we want to do is we want to gather. Actually, I lied. We're not doing this yet. We want to do the innate of Finder first. So let's Finder innate first. Left innate. Push half of this rubbish. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll push 3 of it. And then 1 more. All into this mess. So now I'm going to keep a counter. Oh yeah, because we have a counter here. Sorry, yeah. So that's 6. Sorry, that's 3. Oh, there's 4 more towns going in there. So that puts that up to 7. One of them has, what, a point of damage on it, I believe. So that's up to 7. Now the second thing, and also I'm going to push that presence. That presence goes in there. Now over here in this land, now I'm going to push half of this. So the 6 invaders in here, I'm going to push 3 towns. So this goes up to 10. And it goes up to 11 because I push 1 more town. So all those go back over there as well. So that's 11 towns as well as the other mess that's in there. So that's the 2 things, and also push that in there as well. That's all of that. So that innate is done. Now I do the Irresistible Call into this land. So I do the 2 towns. I need to do 3 more towns. Which is going to be 1, 2. And Oh, no, it's not. Delight. It's going to be 1, 2, and I guess 3. Yeah, that's there. Now explorers, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is there any more? No, I think I can only gather 13. It's okay. Oh dear. So there is a split between these two lands here. God, this is a mess. I have no idea how this is going to come out on video, but it's pretty funny. So that's all the towns. Now I also have to gather beasts and Dahan. So there's a Dahan. There's a beast. These 3 Dahan all have to go in there because it's 5 Dahan. And I only gathered 1 so far, so we'll also gather 1, 2, 3 Dahan. And then there's also 2 up in this land. So 1 stays in there, and then these 2 go in. Okay, hilarious. So that all that mess is in there. I don't have this skip all action stuff in here, but we don't care about that. That's a defender 10 for a land that doesn't even ravage anymore, so we're all fine with that. But that puts a defender 10 in there, which does matter, so that's okay. All right, now Traveler's Boon is just another way to get a snake presence into that mess, so we'll do it. Traveler's Boon, take this presence out of here, put it in here, and bring one of these towns. So the town comes out of there and it goes up to 12. Okay. Oh, this is so much fun. Okay, Ways of Shore and Heartland is going to be slow. Now we have the Offer Passage and the Aid from the Spirit Speakers combo. We resolved the Irresistible Call. We have Blur the Arc of Years as well, which does work nicely in certain spots. For example, had I been able to, had I thought of it, I could have blurred in there or there first before I did any of this mess. Should have been what I did. So can I, yeah, I mean, I could just reverse that really here, can't I? Because, so this will die, this will die, this will die. I guess this won't die. This is gonna, oh no, it's not ravaging, that's the thing. But if I blur into it, it will. Anywhere else interesting I can blur? So this, if I build, it will go up to 10, 12, and it's only defender for 10, so that's actually not going to be enough. I don't want to blur in that land, but I can blur in this land. So yeah, so there were there were 3 to hand in there because I gathered 3 and then I gathered 2 out of there. So the last thing I did was the Irresistible Call, wasn't it, more or less, and then the Traveler's Boon. Before I did either of those things, there were 3 to hand in this land. I'm going to blur the Arc of Years in the land, and I am going to build 2 towns. It's adjacent to this land, so it's defended. So build 2 towns. There were 3 to hand in the land, so 2 towns build. Then it ravages for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, which is defended. 3 to hand fight back, which kills 1 town, and it deals 2 damage to another. Then, if the Han are present, we're going to add a Dahan and then push, I don't know, 1 Dahan into. Actually, no, we'll add a Dahan and then push 2 Dahan in there. So before, essentially would have ended up in the situation like this over here. Because that had 3, it goes up to 4, I push 2 of them out, and then when I gather 5 in here, it goes 1, 2, 2. So this is the board state. Slightly reverse the operation there. Hopefully you're following all of that. Trying to shortcut through it without over explaining it, but that means now I've got a much better defend in this land as well, which is a thing. And speaking of defend, that means then I would defend with the shifting memory. Because how much am I going to deal in here? It's going to be, so how much presence do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All of it bar that. It's going to be eruption for 12, which is actually just going to wipe that land basically. Defend a 3 will cover it. So okay. So we're nearly there. We've done the left in 8. We haven't done the right in 8. I'm not going to do it just this exact moment, but we're doing it very soon. We're obviously not repeating the Blur the Arc of Years. That was only done once. The next thing we have to do is the offer passage and the aid from the spirit speakers here, which wants to get some stuff from somewhere to somewhere else. I don't know, maybe I just get those towns out of there. Yeah, why not? Offer passage between worlds. Target this land, gather 3 Dahan out of the land. Put them in here. And then aid from the spirit speakers. These to this land, I guess. Yep. Okay. They all go in there. Good. That's that. Now with 3 isolates going down here. Where do we want to isolate? God only knows. 1, 2, 3. Anywhere interesting to isolate? Ravage perspective, no. All the wetlands will be empty. I don't know. Where do I not want to explore? I guess we probably don't want to explore into 1. 2 and just inventing things at this point. I have no idea where I care about exploring here. Do you know what? Maybe I just don't want to explore in any of these coasts or whatever. Maybe that's just where I want to be putting my isolates. Keep that side of the board clear. There. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Anything else apart from this quake that I need to do? I need to do my defender 3. I think I said I was going to do it in here. That's fine. Oh, that's where I opened the way. Sorry, that's defender for 1,000,000 already. Yeah, nowhere else is ravaging, so it's not going to matter in there. Okay, now next. Oh yeah, share secrets of survival. Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? Because we said we'd know where that was ravaging. Oh, dearie me. Anywhere else that we care about putting the hand? No idea. No idea. Do you know what? I don't care. Now, elemental teachings. This is the last thing that we need to do. So let's count our elements over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's still only 4 fire. So we need another fire maybe off the Annie here. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 moon. So we do need a moon. We are going to need a fire. And then at this point we have 1, 2, 3. Oh, I wasn't counting ages. I think I missed ages for all of this, did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's all my things. So that actually, no, take that fire away for a second. So it's 5 fire. You have 1 fire. Moon is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're short a moon, a fire, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're short essentially 1 of each. And then if I make this a moon, I give this here, and then I get the 666, which gives me an extra 2 fear. Who knows? Okay, so that's that. So elemental teachings gives the 3 of these out, and then I get to take an element for myself. At this point here, who even knows? I'll just take a fire again, whatever. Okay. So my last thing is now going to be the serpent rouses in anger. I get to do, for each thing I have, I get to deal 6 damage. So 6 damage straight away is just going to kill 2 cities. I'll put all this to the side before I start counting fear. Where will I put it? I'll put it over here. So 2 cities in there. I get to push some towns here. So I get to push 3 towns. So there's 12 of them in the land. And I will be pushing towns here for sure. So I get to push what? 3 towns. So that goes to 9. There's 9. There's 9. And then I get to push 3 towns into this land, which will kill them all, which is good news. 1, 2, 3. That's 6 fear off the second level of the innate, plus 2, 4. So that's 10 fear so far before the quake. So 4 plus 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now we do the actual quake. Pay the 7. Quake. When I quake, I'm going to open the ways from this land to this land. So, in every land, deal 1 damage where X is. I'm just going to bring this up on screen so we can look at it. If you've never seen it before, let's have a little look here. Here it is. Serpent rouses in anger. Let me have a sip of a beer here. Serpent rouses in anger. In every land on the board, X damage, where X is the number of presence you have in and adjacent to that land. So we'll start with the easy one. Up here, I get to deal 1 damage in and adjacent to this land, which is 1, 2, 3. Each of those lands are adjacent, so they all get to deal 1 damage. That's the easy part. Next part, we'll start with the open the ways one. This is adjacent to this land, which contains 12 presence, so I deal 12 damage in this land. Now I'm going to put these all over here and start the fear counter on that one over there, so that's fine. Now we have to do all of these lands adjacent to this land over here, so let's go through one by one. This land here kills everything. This land here, 12 damage, kills all of those towns. This land here, 12 damage, kills 3 towns because they're durable. 12 damage in here kills a city and an explorer and 2 towns. 12 damage in here will do something similar. City, explorer, and 2 towns. In this land, 3 towns. In this land, yeah, let's kill the towns. Why the hell not? No, I won't. I'll kill 12 explorers just to get them out of my sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just to clean up the land a bit there. So get all them dead. That pile. And then that's every land except for this, which is now going to take 12 damage, which is going to be the 3 cities. 1, 2, 3 is 9. No, you know what? 2 cities is 6, and then 3 towns. So 9 goes down to 6. And we'll add 3 towns to this pile, and then we'll count it off. 1, 2, 3, and you can see how quickly the plastic starts to evaporate from the board when you're dealing 12 damage in that many lands. Pretty good. So let's start with the cities. 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. So that's going to be 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Cities are dead. Then we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 towns. 22 total towns, which is going to be, each fear card is what? 16. So it's a fear card plus 6, right? Yeah. Fear card, then 2, and then a fear card and 4 more down. That. Okay. That was everything, right? Is that all? Yeah. That was everything. Okay. And then we have nothing in the slow, more or less, but that is quite okay. I will accept having nothing in the slow. Done. Let us hit an event and wipe the smile off my face. Let us go to the event. What is it? It is resourceful populist. This is not the card that I had before. Do you know, on the previous turn, I think I might have killed one or two things and generated fear accidentally. Now that I think about it, what did I kill on the previous turn? I'm sure I generated a little bit of extra fear last turn accidentally. So let me just give up. I don't even know what I did, to be honest with you. I think I killed like a city. Oh no, I didn't even kill that city in the slow phase. Sure I didn't, because I only dealt 2 damage to it. That might have been the only thing I had that dealt damage. So maybe I didn't actually. Maybe I didn't cheat. Anyway, what was ravaging? Oh yeah, no, Kosa was ravaging. So I'm sure I did a bit of defend and killing things. So yeah, I don't know. Let's give back 4 fear or something. I can't remember. It's not going to matter at all. So here, for the rest of the turn, after an action destroys one or more things, add thing to an adjacent town. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm glad I did the quake first. So that's okay. And then we have what? Oh no, sorry. So that's terror. Yeah, terror level based. Yeah. On each board, add 1 disease to the inland land with the most buildings. Okay, we'll get more disease. This is 7 buildings, so it takes a disease. Over here, inland buildings is there. Over here, inland buildings is here. And then over here, inland buildings is here. And then we have each spirit with at least 3 gains 1 energy and gets to reclaim a card. Finder gets it. Serpent does not. Shifting memory does. And fracture does. So everybody gets this except for Serpent. So you each get what? 1 energy and reclaim a card. 1, 1, 1. So Finder has nothing they can reclaim because this has to be from discard, not play. And neither do you, and neither do you. None of them have something they can reclaim, so it's fine. Get 1 energy. So we still have this resourceful populist thing, which is when things destroy things, add things to an adjacent land, which I think can only really happen in the Ravage here. So I'll put a reminder on that because I've no damage in the slow. Okay, so let's go. These. So the first card was this one, which is in each land defend 2. Doesn't do anything. Then we have invaders do not explore into lands with at least 2 Dahan. I'm going quite fast through this, guys, to try to get this video done because almost none of this matters. So that's the avoid the Dahan one, and then each player adds some strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, done. Let's go Ravage. No, dead. No, 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 everywhere. Then we have that resourceful populace is destroying buildings, not explorers, so that's fine. Now we have build, so let's go ahead and put some more plastic back on the board. Build. No, this is empty. That's both in there. Down here on the coast, we've got a city. In here, we go 2 towns. 1, 2. Over here, we prevent this build. Down here, we build a town. Over here, we go 2 towns. 1, 2. And then down there, we go town. All boards, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Now we go after build, gather. Here we can gather. We have to gather from there. Here we can gather. We have to gather from there. Board B, here we can gather. We'll gather from there. And then here we can gather. We have to gather out of here. No, yeah. So this goes down to 5. And then this goes up 1 more. Technically, I can put all the towns back out here because I have enough in the pool now, but it's just kind of a mess in there, so I won't bother. Ouch. Here we can't gather. Here we can, we'll gather out of there. That defend is gone, get it out of our way. Open the ways, that's gone. Okay, that was that board, and then finally this board over here we can gather. We'll gather from there, and then here we can gather, and we will gather from here. Okay, now we'll explore Jungle's Wetlands, and we also have a reminder card coming up as well. What is the explore thing? I don't even remember. Why did I mark that explore? Why did I remind myself about the explore? Oh, don't explore into lands with at least 2 to hand. Yeah, okay. So let's start exploring first. We will hit the stage 3 card here, which means we do have a what do you call it? A Brandenburg Prussia. So this is going to happen first before exploring. We on each board without buildings, with buildings, add a town to a land without a building. So there, that's easy. On this board, that's easy. On this board over here, I guess that's easy. And then on the other board over here, I guess in there. No, that's gonna, yeah. Sure, in there. And then we will explore now. So wetlands, wetlands, jungles, that gets removed, and then jungles. Over here we have jungles, jungles, wetlands, dropped out there, and then actually that gets removed as well. Where was this? I think it was in there. I don't even know. On this board, wetlands, wetlands, jungles, and no. And then on this board, jungles, jungles, wetlands, and no. So we didn't quite pocket anything in the game really here to prevent any of this stuff from happening, but I think that should be okay. We were doing meme builds. We were unrelenting growthing and all sorts of other things here. So you know, you've got to imagine that that's okay. Actually, I just remembered. So that doesn't explore because it's got 2 to hand. Anywhere else where that mattered? This one actually, I removed that, but that wouldn't have explored. I think that's probably the only one. That one as well. Okay. They didn't explore because of the fear card, so grand. All of that comes back. Move it across, and then we hit the reminder card. And let's get this in the old card cam here, and open up a beer because we're not done here yet, unfortunately. Invader's being a little bit resilient here and showing me up. I got cocky. Is that what you're saying? You're telling me I got cocky. And now there's going to be a bunch more plastic on the board that I'm going to have to deal with here, which is just annoying, really, but we'll see. Okay. There's a fresh, cold beer out of the ice bucket. Happy with that. Now, when revealed, add a city to a coastal land without a city. I'll do it there so that I can just empty that out next turn. That's 1. Over on this board, coastal land without a city, easy. 1. Coastal land without a city over here is easy, that's 1. And then over on the other board, a coastal land without a city. I presume, given that that's going to ravage and I need to empty it, I'll just put it in there. So that's fine. So that's the cities. They were all more or less easy. Excuse me. Now, the towns. We're going to have to add a bunch of towns. 3 on each board to be exact. 1 town to the 3 inland lands with the fewest blight. So here we actually have a choice of 4. I guess we'll go 1 because we want to empty it anyway. 2 because it's not building, and then 3. Okay, that's that board. Over on this board, inland land with the fewest blight is, so we actually we don't have a choice. It's 1, 2, 3. It's forced. 3 more on this board. Inland land fewest blight I think is forced as well. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then finally my last 3 towns in my pool for the other board. Fewest land, inland land with the fewest blight. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 options here. We'll go 1, 2 because we need to empty it, and 3 because it has some to hand. Okay, that's that mess out of the way. We're thankful to be done with that. We hate that. Everyone hates that. That horrible, horrible reminder card. I put loads more plastic on the board, but you saw how quickly we get to clear plastic, so we shall be trying to do the same again. Now, what do we have here in the slow phase? Very little. We have the Visions of a Shifting Future, but I know what that card is now, so I don't want to look at it. Each bear with at least 2 the Mongol. Yeah. Wait, Relentless Optimism. No. Did I save the other card? I'm sure I know what this card is. Yeah, Invaders Surge Inland. Yeah, that's one we haven't seen. This is where we get to move. So actually, I know what this card is. I'm not gonna use the ability, but I'm now gonna play with this face up because we know what the card is. So I'm just gonna put it back in the card cam here because we know we have perfect information on this card. So let's have a little look at it here. So we can play this turn now, knowing that this is kind of a safe card for us. So on a coastal land on each board, move a town 1 or 2 lands inland. So here we'll get to move that town 1 or 2 lands inland, that kind of thing, which is pretty nice. So we only have to move 2 invaders out of there, for example. And then we can do kind of similar things with some of this. Over here, for example, as well, we can move 4 of those invaders out and leave 1 behind. Maybe similarly over here. So that's pretty good. Otherwise, we have choose lands and kill some Dahan, which again, we don't love, but we'll accept. And then we also have some defend per Dahan in a land as well, which can be pretty good in this land in here. So that's a nice thing to know and have access to. Okay, so we play with that face up. Huge advantage, of course, of playing with Fractured Days is getting to have knowledge of the fear card, which is great. So now we get Ways Ashore and Heartland. So push up 2 invaders, blah blah blah, to a land that is also coastal, inland, whichever the target is. Okay. So here, I think I'll get the 2 of them out. Given that we know we only want to get 2 invaders out of that land, I'm going to target this land. I'm going to push those over into that land because they are adjacent and that is also coastal. I'll push the 2 of them across there, and then that will get wiped by the nuke next turn. So that's easy, and that means Fractured's done. Not Fractured, Finder. I constantly mix the 2 of their names up, even though I love Finder and I don't really love Fractured very much. Super, super, super powerful, but super, super, super boring. Whereas Finder is awesome and does cool things. So all of those are gone because we're actually finished with all of this as well. So we'll throw all of that away. We'll get rid of all of this, and then we'll just resolve our Boon of Ancient Memories quickly. Those useless air elements, they're never useful. The air elements are just never useful on the reclaim. It's the one thing that you just don't care about. The other 2 elements are much more important. Okay, so here, Boon of Ancient Memories. Who do I target here? I need my energy for this, so it won't be me. Fractured, just our Finder likely just wants to reclaim and get their stuff back in their hands, so they're probably not the one either. Maybe Mentor. They probably just reclaim the Exaltation, do they? Oh no, they will probably want the teachings back. Fragments of Yesteryear, probably not it either. I guess I will target Shifting Memory. See what we hit. We'll go Major again. Why not? 1, 2. They get Walls of Rockatorn and Mist of Oblivion, which is unlikely to matter. Yeah, whatever. I'll put the 2 cards in my hand, and then I'll throw away Prowling Panthers, which is an unplayable card. Okay. Yeah, Walls of Rockatorn, Mist of Oblivion. Mist of Oblivion is terrible. Walls of Rockatorn is decent. It might matter this turn, I guess. So that's something. So that goes back there. We could throw away all of this. We never use the Share Secrets. That's whatever. And those were elements we have access to ourselves, which are also gone. Okay, gone, gone. All of this is gone. This is back. We use the boon. That's gone as well. These elements are gone. This energy is gone. We aren't using this. I could use this for the invader deck. I'm just not even bothered. It doesn't matter what the invader deck is. I'm not going to waste time looking and saying, oh, you know what, it might be like mountains, jungles, or something else. I just don't care. So that's all gone, and that might sound like I'm being really snot and really like full of myself and big-headed about it, but it just genuinely doesn't matter. At this point, we're just trying to gather all of our stuff in here and try to kill stuff, rather than caring about our thing. We've got 3 turns left to do this, and it's just not possible that I don't do it, basically, because we've got the Aegis as many times as we need, and then the rest is just nuking the board. And it's self-sufficient, right? So Serpent has a self-sufficient economy here that just gets it done, which is why I can be confident in it, because it just now generates 12 energy per turn, which is enough to pay the 6 for the cards I showed you, getting 1 off the left and 8, and then pay the 7. So it pays for itself. It's mathematically perfect, actually, which is pretty nice. So those are the cards that I just use. They all go here. We've got 2 energy left. We have one. We have 1 time, and then so we're going to do the reclaim, and we're going to do. We can do the add a presence to a land without blight, which allows us to move. We might do that, or I guess we may just take the energy and consider if we can Irresistible Call again as part of this. Or like maybe Dream, I guess, but that kind of thing. So we shall see. I'll pick all of these up, and we know anyway that we'll be playing the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going to be the kind of 5 card plays. We shall see after that what the rest looks like. So that is going to be the reclaim, move of presence, and then I haven't decided on my other growth yet. Over here with Fractured, we'll be doing the G3 to get us the 3 energy. That's going to get us the 3 time. That's going to get us 2 energy. Power Storm would like to be involved here. I expect. Something tells me that's going to be one of the 3 cards I play. After Power Storm, then we're going to want Moon Elements. So surely Study the Invader Spheres is one of the cards. This gets us a Sun straight off the bat. And then if we just go another... Technically I get to pick up a card here, don't I? So I could pick up Elusive Ambushes and play it, which gives me the 3 Sun, and it gives me the fire, but I'm still missing an air, and I'm missing 2 moon, which isn't really any use. So probably don't want that card. But whatever, I'll just pick it up and put it in my hand anyway. I think at this point I probably just want to go Port Time Sideways. And that leaves me basically a moon and a sun short. This will be paying 1, 2, 3. Oh, and actually a fire. So I'm 3 elements short here, which I don't love, in truth. Could be gifted Flowing Power to give it to me this turn. That might be useful. Let me see what I have to give out for Mentor. I suppose I can gain a minor and see if I hit something useful. We're reclaiming surely on Finder, I suspect, as well here, because we're going to want access to all of our good cards. We'll reclaim with Finder. We're going to gain 6 more energy. I think we look for a major. One, two, three, 4, 6 energy. Indomitable Claim, Terrifying Nightmares, Death Falls, Rapid Wings of Sunlight. I mean, Terrifying Nightmares might be pretty good here. It's probably the best of the lot here. It's elementally aligned. It's going to help us clear some stuff here as well. So, Indomitable Claim is just not that. It's just not that game. So we'll take that. We'll take the Terrifying Nightmares here, and we'll throw away one of these useless cards, like Unrelenting Growth. It's just not going to be the one anymore. It's fine. Unrelenting Growth, you did your job. You did it admirably. That gives us 6 energy. Power Storm can do what? How much stuff can I move here? So I think I'd like to get Terrifying Nightmares as one of my cards here, which, for example, can just deal with those 4 things and just get them out of there. The Ravaging. That gets solved by the event. So that's just, we can move that. That's safe. Easy. This one we can push with Terrifying Nightmares. Potentially push it into, well, into the origin land of the nuke. If we could get Fonder's Presence in there, we may or may not be able to do that. I mean, we are able to do that. We may or may not choose to do that. What other things here? We've got another land up there with 4 that we'd like to deal with. This one gets dealt with by the nuke. This one gets kind of dealt with by the nuke. It does also get a defend of 1 for each of the Dahan and the land, but we could also, because there's so many Dahan in there, we could use the aid from the Spirit Speakers to deal with that particular problem. We also have Sweep into the Sea, which might actually be helpful. I mean, it can move stuff, but I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Max and 8 on Finder over here. 1, 2, 3. Can only move 3 of those, and that does not get solved by the innate. Could get solved by a defend though. With my move a presence 1, I could go move in there and then do an Aegis to solve those 2 lands. That could be helpful. Probably is quite helpful. That seems reasonable. And then we don't have to dedicate our left innate to Finder to get all of that out of there. We can try to clear as much of this up as possible and maybe come back for them later. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Terrifying Nightmares. Them out of there. Into here, most likely. Okay. So Power Storm in this case then can Power Storm Terrifying Nightmares. We can do, definitely want to do aid from the Spirit Speakers. Slow Circuitous seems like a pretty decent shout here. That can move a lot of invaders. For example, all of them, kind of thing. And then what we said was, well, in this case now we need to do the fast, what do you call it? Fast Quake. So do we, in this case, just reclaim and just pick back up the Exaltation, which gives these 2 slow, because we really want to use our slips on Finder for max board control. We don't want to be slipping Serpent to get access to 2 what? 2 gifted flowing powers. No, we'd rather Power Storm Finder, you know, Slip Finder, all of that, and then just Exaltation Serpent for the 2 fast things. So that's what I'm going to do. Over here, we'll just go Reclaim, add a presence from top, which is just a Reclaim one. It's going to give us 4 more energy. So there's the 4. Play 2 cards. They're finders. Where are those cards going? Here they are. Exaltation and Teachings. Costs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Serpent won't have a card put into play, which is whatever. And then in this case, then the Primordial Deeps will give Power Store, it will give Finder the Moon. The Absorb gives them the Fire. And then the Mentor gives them Share Secrets, I guess. Yeah. Okay. That's the one. All right. We've grown here. We took our 2 energy. We paid for our 3 cards. We don't need to play Poor Time sideways. We can actually play, keep the 1 energy and play Gift of Power instead, because we're getting our air off of the Share Secrets, so that's fine. So that just saves us an energy and it gives us a better card, which is okay. Now, moving our presence with Fractured is potentially quite relevant here, because on the side of Finder, we're going to go Terrifying Nightmares, Aid from the Spirits, Circuitous. Gift of Flowing Power still gets to go to Finder, so they get an extra card play. And they will get 3 slips, I believe. So they'll get 3 extra card plays if they want them. We'll start with the slows, because we want to get our slow to fast on. 1, 2, 3. So say for argument's sake, they're the 3 card plays that we make. 1, 2, 3. We get Gift of Flowing Power, gives us an extra card play, and then we get 3 slips. So in theory, we could play 4 total extra cards. I'm going to have to pay for the Aid from the Spirit Speakers, and we'll pay for the Offer Passage Between Worlds as well. Now I could play Sweep into the Sea here and use it to just sweep a bunch of stuff. 1 land towards the ocean, though, is the problem. I don't want to push stuff near the ocean. I just want to push stuff towards this land kind of thing. Yeah. Sweep into the Sea just isn't the one. I think I just play all of this. And then I repeat like Terrifying Nightmares and then one or 2 of the others or something like that. So I think this looks pretty good. Okay. So there are my 3 card plays for the turn up there. 3 slows. They're all going to get slipped. And then I'm probably just putting these extra cards into play rather than, doing that kind of stuff. So that's okay. And then my repeat of Terrifying Nightmares is there as well. So all good. Up here, we move you into there. That's the Serpent situation. And we gain 12. So 6 of it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the other 6 goes over here, ready to quake. That's that. Now, Finder's going to solve that land and that land. That's the 2 Terrifying Nightmares lands. So we know that. What else do we know? We are going to want to open the ways somewhere for a for the quake. So where do we want to open the ways to do a big quake? Maybe one of these two lands up here, I guess. Seems reasonable. Maybe this land over here. I'm honestly not sure. I guess we want to be dealing with the cities because the irresistible call, in theory, can deal with some of the other stuff. But at this point now, sort of Serpent has gone into its reclaim loop and it doesn't want to play these majors anymore. So anyway, uh, that's all that. Oh yeah, we said where's Fractured's presence going for a Traveler's Boon perspective here. Maybe a Traveler's Boon. Like in theory, we could just get Serpent's presence away from there with a Traveler's Boon, bring the city back over, and then we have the 13 instead of the 12. So that's probably what we want to do actually. So I think we'll do that. The Fractured move can go, I don't know, there. Maybe we'll Traveler's Boom next turn or something like that. So that's that. We moved here. We never used the second ability. We said we can do the move or we can just do the gain energy. I think I'll gain the energy because that means I might be able to get access to one of those majors at some stage here. So I'll gain the 4. Okay. We played at 3 card plays up here, and then this is all in reserve. And then over here we played at 3 card plays, and we have to add a present somewhere in there. We're going to want an energy marker, or we're going to want an element marker. We're giving out a share secrets here, which actually getting a double up on the share secrets might be nice. That was the thing we said we couldn't do last turn. Can we do it this turn? Gift of Primordial Deeps is going to you. Flowing Power is going to you, so no. Absorb Essence. We can absorb thing, which would give me the. No, I'm going to be one short again, like I was the last time. So that's okay. So we'll just take one of these markers again. Okay, that's that. Oh yeah, no, because we get to make the extra card play. That was the thing that I hadn't factored in. So we can actually, in theory, if we play what? Set them on an ever-twisting trail. That gives me access to 1, 2, 3, 4. I think if I take this as one of these, it works. And then the teaching, yeah, I think this does work. I think I might be getting greedy, but I think it works. Okay. So dearie me, this is way less fast than I was hoping for. But anyway, we're doing our best. So that I take the earth from there. That comes down here. Everything else is moved. So now I have to actually just start resolving things. Actually, no, I didn't move my finder present. That's the one thing I didn't move. So where are we opening the ways to? That was the question. We don't care about that anymore because that's getting pushed away. So we can move this somewhere. Where do we open the ways to? They're getting defended and then we don't need to worry about them. So I think I do probably just gonna actually nuke that. That seems pretty good. Yeah. On the 3, 7, 8, 9. Sure. Yeah. I can maybe push some of that in there to max on the damage. So okay, all of that's good. That's the move done. Oh yeah, and I also actually get the push one city town thing from one of my lands. I forgot about that too. So I get to push something here. I'll push you from here into here. That's quite nice as well. Okay. So, and my any element, of course, as well, is going to be in this case. For the isolate. Okay, now again, exaltation. Me, I'm going to play. Set them on an ever twisting trail, and then Serpent is not going to play anything, but they're going to get the slow to fast, and we're both going to get the damage. So here, I will kill a city, do fear, and then over here I will That city's going to die anyway. 3, 6, yeah, it's going to die anyway. So they're all going to actually just die a horrible death. Yeah, whatever. Kill this city. 2 more. Now, we both get 2 slow to fasts. Not going to matter over here. Going to matter loads over here. And that's all of that good stuff. Next, what else do we have next? We have, I think we said absorb essence, gain 3. Oh yeah, so we've more than, yeah, so this isn't, I forgot about the 3 from absorb essence. This is more than self-sufficient. I will actually be able to play one of these mages next turn, which is pretty good. Okay, so absorb essence, I actually could have done it this turn, couldn't I? If I absorb first, then when I use the exaltation, I get to play the irresistible call, which is great. And actually, we kind of need that for the Annie as well over here, don't we? We said that, I think, before. So I think here we take a moon and a fire, something like that. Okay, now, yeah, absorb essence. You get 1 energy. We take 1 of your presents again. We put it here, and we give you a earth element. I don't know what that must have been forgotten from before. No, I think I just put that there, didn't I? Yeah, that goes here. And then we have, I think so. I hope I didn't cheat by taking that, but I think that was fine. And then we have, so that was absorb. Now over here, I can spend this plus this to get the max of the mentor innate. And I can now then give out share secrets to be used twice by fractured, which might be good. It might, I've no idea. And then we'll go, when we give that out, we will generate 1 of these and I think a fire. 1, 2. Why is there a fire on this? I've no idea. God only knows why there's a fire on that. 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the fire. So I'll have the fire, I'll have enough fire. I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll have enough of that, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, I don't know. I think I have everything I need here. So when I give that away, I'll just generate 1 of them and 1 of those airs. I think that will work. Now, Gift of Primordial Deeps. Target fractured. They gain a minor power. Do they want to put it into play? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sucking Ooze. Oh yeah, that was the Sucking Ooze that was on top of the deck. Yeah, sure. Why the hell not? Put the Sucking Ooze into play. Then we have. Actually, I suppose that Sucking Ooze might matter for next turn, does it? I'll put the Sucking Ooze in my hand and give myself that moon. What next? Then we have Flowing Power. Give 1 energy to Finder. Finder gets to play Terrifying Nightmares from hand. That's 1 of the extra cards. These 3 still aren't in play. Then what do we have? We have Boon, no. Elemental Aegis. I think at this point we will Aegis this and this. And this is now what? 11 or something like that. Should be enough, I believe. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, yes, yeah, that's right. So that's fine. So yeah, Aegis in there for 11. No Open the Ways on that one, it's fine. Next, Study the Invader's Fears. Why not? Let's spend 2 and look at the top card. It's another defend card. We don't care about that. That's fine. Share Secrets of Survival we get to do twice, which we will, which is good. We get a full innate now. Oh, the Absorb Essence. That's why there was a fire on that, because I needed to absorb Fracture, didn't I? That was why. Okay. So yeah, absorb Fractured. Fractured, give me your presence. Where is it? Here, give me that presence. This goes back here. I have to undo this this extra thing because I don't get this. I won't spend. Sorry, I will spend this, and I won't spend the air, which means I won't generate the air when I gave out the mentor. Again, I'm shortcutting like loads here. I'm not shortcutting, but I'm going as fast as I can through that. But it's in my head. I'm pretty sure I'm doing it right. But yeah, I have to instead spend this on just one thing. So I only get one share secrets this turn, which is fine. Okay, that's all of that done. I'm going to get the Power Storm here shortly. That's okay. I do have the right innate, of course, as well. Set them on an ever-twisting trail. Open the ways from here to here. I'll gather this and then isolate this land. And I'll gather it into this land. Elemental teachings we'll come back to. We have the left innate fast. So let's do it. We all gain 1 energy, blah, blah, blah. 1, 1, 1, 1. We all get to proliferate, blah, blah, blah. 1, moon or sun, doesn't matter. 1, 1. Now, when I get to proliferate here, you get to add a presence and then you get to move presence. But at this point, I won't be moving any, so it's not going to matter. And then we get to add a presence from fractured from over here. We'll just add it into wherever. I don't know. Why not? Let's make a sacred site. And then Finder gets to add a presence at range 1 to there. These were from last turn. Let's not lie about them. They were isolates from last turn. And then our boy Shifting Memory, just get in the party land. Why not get in there? And then we have, what else do we have here? Okay, now we're going to start slipping. The irresistible call. So actually, yeah, when do we irresistible call here? Or where do we irresistible call, I guess, is the other question. We can... Right now, we kind of have all of these problems more or less resolved and solved over here, so we don't really need to worry about any of that. Irresistible call up here could like pull some of that away from there, pull that away from there. It's probably okay. It also solves that mess up there in a certain respect. Irresistible call next turn can kind of gather a bunch of stuff in there, which is pretty okay as well. It's actually probably not bad right now into that land now that I look at it, because it can stop this build, it can stop that build, it can stop that build. So that's 3 builds that it can stop. So that's actually probably pretty good. So yeah, and that actually, because it can open the ways to gather that away as well. So that's like, yeah, that stops a lot of buildings coming on the board actually here. So I think I will do that. So irresistible call into this land, opening the ways to that. So I'll gather first the towns. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one more town. Just going to push those 4, so it probably doesn't want to be that one. I don't think there's 5 towns in this land. Yeah, I'll gather that one in there. 5 plus that 1. I think I pushed that in there before. So there. Okay, that's all our towns. Now we do explorers. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually it. Only 4 explorers this time because we wiped so many last time, so that's good. And then the Han as well. No, the Han. Okay. Pretty good. Oh, we have to gather the beasts. Is there any beasts to gather? This one. Might have missed that last time. Okay. Irresistible call done. That's all that mess in there. We're going to push all that stuff now in a minute, so that's fine. Okay. Now. Next. God. So we've played the Terrifying Nightmare, so we can resolve this once. Let's go ahead and resolve this one. So we've 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have the 4 moon, so why not? We've got the 6 sphere. 3, 6. Push 4 towns, and I'm going to push all of those towns into that mess as well. There we go. That's in a mess. This is the new party land. Okay. Now, share secrets of survival. I think we'll still come back to that one after. We haven't yet slipped anything, but now I think we're starting to slip from here, which is good. So where do we want to slip? Sorry, where do we want to use our slow powers here? So push it to 2 invaders to a land that is coastal or thing, whichever it is. Okay, well, let's start with one slip for now on the circuitous and wending journey. And we will do the circuitous in here. So we need to count all of these invaders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh god, this is a nightmare. So there's 2 striped towns which are kind of important to know about here because we can leave those behind. Let's push those to the side for a moment. Towns wise, let's do towns first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So there's 18 towns, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 explorers, 25 invaders. So I get to round up, I get to push 13 invaders out of that mess. So 13 invaders looks like 13 towns as far as I'm concerned. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 towns. The ones that have strife get to stay behind. And then instead of this now saying 5, I push not 13 in there because I want to erupt loads in there. So that's going to get 12. So I want to push 5 towns in there. Actually, I think I just want to push them all in there, now that I say it. So it had 1, and I'm going to push 13 more. This now goes up to 14 towns. Because I get to kill 6 of them this turn, 6 of them next turn. That kind of stuff is pretty good. I think. No, because I'm going to get to erupt in there again. So no, I won't. I'll push. So there was 1 in there, wasn't there? Yeah. Then I'm going to push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I essentially want to end up with 12 total towns in that land. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Which means I pushed 11 in there, and then there were 2 more to push, and I'll push those into, is it that land? No, 1 of them in there, because that'll die immediately, and then 1 of them into this land. Okay, that's it. That's the half. Now, we know this is getting defended for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's getting defended for 6. The 2 strife, stop those. So then it's defended for 6, and it's attacking for 2, 4, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. So we still need to do something about that land. Okay. That's fine. We can. I mean, there's lots of things we can do about that. Oh, no, sorry, because it's going to erupt, and it's just going to wipe most of that before the ravage. So, no, we're fine. Or not most of it, but like I can kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And, or no, 4, 8, 12. Just kill 3 towns and leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ravaging for 7. Yeah, put a defender 3 in it. Something like that. Okay, so that land is actually solved. So that was the circuitous and wending journey. Now we get to do the pick up a card and replay a card, or just play one from hand. So I'll just play one from hand, which is the offer passage. That's fine. Next, let's slip again. So this is going to be 1 for the second slip. Which is going to give me paths tied by nature. Slow to fast. Paths tied by nature. These 2 to a land with the same terrain within 2 into here. 1, 2. That's our path tied by nature done. Then we get to play another card from hand. We'll play the 8 from the Spirit Speakers. That's the second extra card we play. Now we finally slip again. Ways ashore in Heartland. Push up to 2 invaders to a land that is coastal or inland, whichever the target land is. So I'm going to get to... You know what? I think... Just doing this stupid thing here. Pushing those 2 in there. Something like that. And then we get to play our last card, which is Traveler's Boon. Traveler's Boon is going to gather you out of there with 1 town, put you back in this mess in the middle, and then we're finally up to 13 in there. We get to, what do we get to do? We get to go 8 from the Spirit Speakers in some way or another. What would we like to do? Well, we'll Power Storm. Give Finder 3 and let them repeat 3 cards this turn. So one of them is definitely going to be Terrifying Nightmares. 4. So let's use it in here. That's going to give us another 6 fear. Push these. So we said this is going to get 13, which is 3, 7, 8, 9. We can get 1 more town in there. That will max to 13. And then these will all get pushed from here into here, I guess. That's fine. Haven't done any isolation yet. That's okay. Now we get 2 more repeats and we still have Offer Passage and Aid as well. So what am I looking at doing here? Offer Passage over here and then pull all of them out. Probably doesn't seem bad. So let's maybe do that. Offer Passage. Swap 4 to hand in this land for this land at range 1, which is technically range infinite. Them all over there. And then 8 from the Spirit Speakers. All of it into a land over here at range whatever that has the hand. That's that. And now I have 2 more repeats on this side, which I'll probably just do some sort of Offer Passage trick as well. And actually, Offer Passage doesn't really work here unless I want to put them in there, but I don't, so that's not going to do anything. Oh yeah, we also have the Share Secrets, which we said can help. Share Secrets from this land into that land. Open the ways from there to there. Gather these 2 with Share Secrets. Then Offer Passage between worlds from this land into this land. I think. I don't even know. Sure. Clear some plastic. And then 8 from the Spirit Speakers. Target this. Push those over to there. That's now 8 to hand in that land. No, I lied. Put them back. It's now 10 to hand in that land. Push them 4 over to there. Infinite range and all that kind of jazz. That now clears that land. Because it ravages and it clears it for 20. Okay, so that was, I need to now pay for those repeats, obviously. So I pay for the Offer Passage repeat and I pay for the 8 from the Spirit Speakers repeat. All right. Think we finally got there. Obviously, all of that goes back on my tracks because those were slips that were paid. That's done. We didn't do our isolates yet. It's the one thing I didn't do. Did I do my left and 8 yet? Did I do my left and 8 yet? I think I might have forgotten to do my left and 8. Did I? There's just so many actions that I might have forgotten to do the left and 8. Oh, that's so ridiculous. I think I might have forgotten. Oh, I'm going to pause and go back because it's pretty relevant. I got to check. I got to check. Okay, so that turn took forever, and I skimmed through it, and at no point had I kind of put my thing here and sort of reminded myself that I have the innate, which I usually do, and I don't think I used it. Now, if I did, I'm gonna cheat here, but look, you'll forgive me. Clearly, as I said, this game is just over, so I'm just trying to not delay it by doing this. So I will do the innate. Because I'm pretty sure I missed it, so I get to just push some stuff here. And at this point, is there any builds that I can prevent by doing this to just kind of speed things up? Um, Not as such, I guess. So I mean, yes, I can stop that or whatever, but that's fine. So we get to just push. I think in here, yeah, I think I'll just do in this land, do the push half into there, and then push one more into there. So just make a big pile in there that we can just nuke over two turns, and then we'll just push you out of there. What a waste of an innate. But whatever, it's cool. Okay, and then we have three isolates, and the isolates will actually matter here. So 1, 2. No, that's a lie. 1, 2, 3. It's going to stop a bunch of gathers, isn't it? Yeah. And then this is going to get pushed 1 or 2 lands. So I'll push that into there, and then I'll isolate that. So they're the 3 lands. What did I do? That looks like 4 lands to me. Am I lying here? I am lying, haven't I? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Push into there, but then I won't be able to gather or whatever into those lands. So that's all good to go. Okay. We finally got through that fast phase. Jesus, what a mess. Well, actually, no, I lied. We didn't finally get to the fast phase at all. Now we have the big thing to do at the end of the fast phase, which is the big giant nuke. So I will indeed. Oh no, I didn't teachings to give myself the elements. So the elements are 1. Jesus Christ Almighty. That was supposed to go over to there, so that's gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need one of these. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need one of these. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we also need one of these. The teachings can give us whatever element we want. We give out the 3 of these. And then for us, we'll just take an earth. Now we get to do the Serpent Rouses in Anger. We'll pay this 7 energy to be able to use it. And we will start with, for each thing you have, so I have 6 of each element here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I gave myself the 6, so I've got the triple push again. So in actual fact here, all I need to do is kill the city. No, I'm only getting into stage 2 here, so or tier level 2, should I say. So yeah, this land, I'm going to deal 6 damage. So it has 5 towns plus this other couple of towns here. So I'll just kill it goes down to 4, and then I kill 2 towns plus 1, right? So that's 3 towns dead, which is 3 fear, and then I get to push 3 towns, which is going to be 6 more. 2, 4, 6 more fear, and then I get to push 3 towns here. And do I get to maximize? Yeah, I just push them all in there. That goes to 1, and I push 3 towns into this land. Here's my little towny thing from before. Where's it gone? Ugh. Where the hell are all my little towny things gone? Oh, it's still under there, isn't it? Okay, what can I represent with a town here? This is now a town. 3 towns. There they are there. Okay. They all go into that land. Now, nuke. We open the ways, as we said. So let's start with the open the ways nuke. So this is going to be 13 damage in here. 3. They're going to be 4 each. That's 8, 11, 12, 13. So we'll just again pile our nuke stuff over here. Now let's go one at a time. This land, dead. This land, dead. This land, 3 towns, dead. This land, we're going to kill 6 towns. Technically, one of them takes a single point of damage. Probably not going to matter, but we'll do it. In here, 13 damage. That's 4, 8, 11, 12, 13. Takes a single damage. 13 damage in this land. 3, 6, plus 4 is 10, plus 1, 2, 3. All of that. Where else? In here, we said we were doing 13 damage, so we're going to kill 3 towns. That's 12, plus an explorer. And then the rest gets the rabbit for what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And yeah, we're going to put a defender 3 in there, aren't we? Okay, it's fine. So that is all of that. And then, of course, into the land itself, 13 damage is going to be a city, plus a town, plus an explorer. So that was 3 towns. It actually went up to 4. We added 1 more, plus we added a city and an explorer as well. So all of that was pretty epic, must be said. So let's count the fear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, which is 1 short of a fear card for the cities. So we do gain a fear card and give 1 back. And then the towns are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 fear, which is another fear card plus 3. Okay, and then all those explorers are gone. Right, that's the actual fasts all done at this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so let's go to the event, which we know what it is. We'll put it in here, remind ourselves real quick. So on each coastal land, move 1 or 2 lands inland. So we'll move you 1 land in there. Over here, we'll move you 1 land, 1 or 2 lands inland. We'll move you 2 lands inland to there. Over here, this can go 1 land inland to, oh, how does this work? Move 1 town, 1 or 2 lands inland. So this is coastal. Moving this 1 or 2 lands inland, like, does that count as moving inland? I guess it does, because that's coastal and that's inland. It's a different board, but it still works, right? Yeah, on a coastal land on each board. Yeah, so I'll push you from here into here. And then I will, on this board, push you from here to here. Yes. That's all 4 boards done. Yeah. Grimtall, this is where we killed some of the hands. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Choose a land with, oh no, sorry, what am I talking about? We choose a land with disease. In that land, 2 damage to invaders and 2 damage to the Han. So over here, 2 damage to invaders. Sure, we'll kill an explorer. This board, the invaders, kill an explorer. This board here, kill a town. Nice. And then this board, nothing. Okay. And then we get the defend per thing in the land as well. So that's all sweet and good and nice. Let's go and resolve some fear cards. So the first one we have to resolve is just a each spirit gains 1 energy per sacred site they have in lands with invaders. Okay, it's actually going to give us a few energy here. 2 for fractured, 1 for serpent, none for finder, and 1 for shifting memory. And it gives some defend, which we don't need. Terror level 2 here. Each player may gather stuff into a coastal land. Any coastal lands ravaging here? Yeah, because that can be defended, so that's pretty good. So we can just gather that town. Why not? Anywhere else that we care about that? No. Oh, in here? Yeah. Suppose we can just kill and explore, which is fine. And then finally, skip the next normal build. Okay, well, sure. Didn't need it, but yeah, that's gonna obviously have quite an impact. Okay, so let's go ahead and do ravages. No, yes, takes 2 damage, whatever. No, yes, you die. Over here, no, and then over here. So now this ravages for loads. It's defended for loads. And we will go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Attack back for 10, which is 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 5 fear. 2 plus 3 more. Oh dear. Okay. And then that's all ravages done. No blight taken, of course. And then we'll go to the build. We skip it, which is something. After the builds, does that happen after the normal build step? I can't remember how this works. Why is this complicating? After the normal build step. I can't remember. Oh, I need to look this up. This is so annoying because it's going to matter, and I'm not going to do something cheaty at the end of the game, so I need to bloody look this up. Okay, sweet. Found the answer pretty quickly, and the answer is it still happens. So I'm glad I didn't skip it. So even though you skip the normal build, there is still a build step. So in this case here, after the build step, I'll do the gather. So we'll start board A over here. This land gathers to there. This land gathers from here. This land gathers from here. This land gathers from here. No, because they're all isolated. I did this on purpose. Where did that gather from? Was that here? Were there 2 towns in here? There were, weren't there? Yeah. Surely there were. Yeah, there were. Okay, surely there were. Because I went gather, 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 and then I was about to gather. Yeah. They were there. There's nowhere else that they were. Oh no, do you know what? One was there, wasn't it? I think that's what it was. Jesus Christ. So annoying. Where the hell was it? Oh, it's just not going to matter. It's just not going to matter at all. I think they were in that land. Okay, I'm not stopping and going back and looking. It just won't matter. So that's and none of that gathers. That's what we did on purpose with our isolates. So this land now, this is board B. Here we do have to gather, so that's fine. We can gather whatever out of here. That's board 1, land 4. We'll just gather that back in there. Whatever. Now this land we gather to there, and then this land we do have to get. Oh no, wait, we never did the ravage. We never ravaged in here. Sorry. Actually, did we erupt in there? Yeah, we did erupt in there, but we didn't ravage in there. So that was 2, 4, 6, 12, which can kill all of those towns. 3. Okay. So in actual fact, then we don't have a gather available out of that land because the towns were dead. And we had put the defended 3. I never marked it, but yeah, we counted the ravage. It was defended for 2, 4, 6 plus 3 was 9. And I think it was ravaging for 8. I think that was how it worked. So That's fine. It was actually defended for more than that because of 1 or 2 defend cards as well. So anyway, excuse me. We have, after that, then we've got the gather on this board, which is no, no, here no, and then here no. And then on this board we have no, 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 and no. None of those can gather, can they? No, because this matches this. Okay, let's explore. Jungle and sands. We have an escalation. Escalation is going to force us to add towns. Land without blight or is that what it is? Look at this again. Oh, just land without towns. Hope I remembered to do this last turn. I think I did. I hope I did. Yeah, because I think I just added in and around this nuke spot here. So again, I can do the same thing. So I can just go add there, over here, add that board there. On this board, then where do we want to add? I can add it to there. And then on the other board, I can add it to there. Sure. Okay. Actually, no. There. All right, get the defend out of here. That's the escalation. Now we'll explore. 1, 2. No, that doesn't explore. Nor does that. This one does. We went 1, 2, and then both of those weren't exploring. On this board, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. This board, we go 1, 2, 3, and not in there because it's isolated. And this board, it's yes, no, no, and then yes. Okay. All right, all right, all right. That stays in place. Isn't that what it said? Build cards remains in place. Yeah. So it will build on this turn. It'll build loads and loads. Hopefully we can do a lot before then. So that is back over here. And then this goes. So actually there's no ravage this turn, which is whatever. Okay. So all of our fasts are done over here. We don't have any slows, so let's just get rid of all of this. Okay, can we end the game here is the question. This might be a turn where I have to spread all my presence out from the nucleus and try to kill everything on the board. So that might have to be what I do here. We've no slows over here on Finder's side. I think I forgot to count 4 of those towns towards my the fear that I gained, but whatever, no big deal. We're not really chasing fear at this point, are we? So it's no biggie. All of this goes back in our hand. We'll probably try more or less just run back the same turn again here. Oh, we have Boon of Ancient Memories at the end of the turn as well. I think, no, don't throw that in the bin. I think I will Boon Memory again for a minor this time, in case they can find something useful to give out. 1, 2, they didn't. Gracious Growth and Entrancing Apparitions, not exactly exciting, it's fine. This goes back to hand. Gift of Power, sure. Over to I didn't get to keep both of those cards. I was mixing my things up here. So Entrancing Apparitions is the card I'll keep. I throw the Voracious Growth away, and then I'll keep the Song of Sanctity and the Lure of the Unknown off of. I do get to keep the Song of Sanctity. What am I talking about? Yeah, I'm not encompassing ward. Song of Sanctity. Gracious growth. Jesus Christ, Goose. It's late now and I'm tired. And I'm trying to just get through this. We can look at the event. I think we know what the event is, don't we? Yeah, we know what the event is. I don't even remember what the event is, but I'm pretty sure we know what it is. Do we know what it is? Oh, did I take a picture of an event? I don't even know. I think we know what the event is, but anyway, I'm too tired and I'm too hot and bothered to look at the Akawan. We'll look at it. If it's the car, if I know what it is, I'm just going to keep it on top. No, we didn't. Okay, so we'll look at this. Putting down roots, healthy thing. Replace explorers with towns on an inland land on each board. That seems fine to me. Invaders don't ravage, and then you can push stuff from a landed thing. Okay, yeah. This will keep. Take a quick snap. It must mean that I knew this event this turn. I'm just getting forgetful in my old age, or something like that. Anyway, so that gets shuffled in on top. Oh, do you know what it is? Did I already use? Oh no, I didn't already use this. What am I talking about? Yeah, no, I didn't already use it. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. At this point, I probably have cheated somewhere along the way because that I'm confused about how that all shaked out. But you know what? We'll survive. Where are we here? Close that. Shut up. Okay, we'll survive. Give me my little window back here. Okay, this goes back here. This goes back here. This all goes away. This goes back here. Oh yeah, no, we did know the event this turn. What am I talking about? We did know the event, which means that this turn we didn't have any knowledge of the top of the deck. So I didn't cheat. I was fine. I mean, I probably cheated, but you know, it's okay. So the mentor thing is gone. We will on this side probably just run it back if I had to guess. Yeah, reclaim cards. Take this back in thing. This goes here. I get 6 more energy. I'll just play the same 2 cards again because that's how we roll. Exaltation and elemental teachings. That goes there. That goes there. Finder goes reclaim cards. Gains 6 energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That there for now. Where's all Finder's cards? They're back there. We will have a look for a major. Why not? Just for the crack. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Weave. You just love to see it. There's weave and there's cast down, which is kind of funny. I think I'll weave. Just for the crack, because weave is the finder card. We'll throw away cast down the brain. We don't need that one at this stage. We'll take weave and we'll throw something away. We'll throw away that other rubbish. Sweep into the sea. You're gone. We gained our 6. Serpent is now going to reclaim cards, but it's going to consider the move a presence thing and see whether or not, so that's healed, see whether or not here I can spread out enough to kill everything. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So let's have a look at this for a shiny second here. This is going to require some maths. It's going to require finder maths, actually. So let me have a look. I'll work backwards, and then I'll see if I can arrive at a solution. So what I need to do here is I'm going to start placing some stuff around the board and seeing how I can kill all the invaders for a clean sweep. You'll have to bear with me a minute or two here while I get this all sorted. So if I do it like this, So I'm going to need to pick off all the explorers as well as the towns here, right? So if I do it like this is enough to kill all the explorers, I think. Yeah, actually not quite. That one won't get killed. The only explorer that survives with this setup, which is okay. We can find a way to kill that. Then we would have this town. So then I want to look at where the towns are and see, can I move the towns? Because I'm thinking, can I move enough of my presence with Serpent to get out and about across there? Because I can do like move a presence 1 could like move me from the thing into here or here. Then I can go add a presence to a land without blight. That's moving another one. And then I can do the left and 8, which moves another one, type of thing. So I can move 3 just with that. Then obviously finder abilities can also move presence. So if I can move out 1, 2, 3, 4 presence, and then the rest of my efforts involved here are finder setting up the kill, then that could potentially work. So then I have 1, 2. So this dies. So that's actually fine. 3, 4, 5, and then maybe 6. So I think that was an isolate from last turn. So I think they're all the lands that I need to clear. So I've 13 presents in here. If I give out 1, 2, 3, 4 presents across the board, that leaves 9 behind, and 9 will be enough to kill that land, this land, this, 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 this. So it kills everything around it except for this. But I have that marked. So that's what I basically need to do here. I need to move 3 presents, and I need to move 4 presents, and I can move 3 of it. Actually, I can move 4 of it because Finder gets to use Traveler's Boon into one of the other lands. So Finder can essentially get uh, get Serpent's 4 presents about the place. So that's all good news. So then the rest of the actions need to be sorting out, moving some stuff with Finder. So Finder needs to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lands worth of moving stuff. And I think that should be fine, especially if I reclaim and use the Power Storm. So it'll be Traveler's Boon. Oh yeah, I've got Weave as well, don't I? Weave probably makes this really easy. Oh, yeah, Weave surely makes this extremely easy. Yeah, because I just weave that land with that, and that solves 1, 2, 3 lands over there. Then I don't need to move any of my presence there with Finder, I don't think. Maybe 1, but certainly not 2. And then weave just kills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands. 1 presence there kills all of them. So that's actually, yeah, I want to weave that with that. That's 1 less move on the side of Serpent. So Serpent gets to go move. Finder moves a presence in there, and then it gets to go move, and then So yeah, it doesn't use the add presence. It used the +4 energy actually. Yeah, okay. So that's all okay. So then we'd go Traveler's Boon. We don't even need to Traveler's Boon now. No, we probably still do because it can pull like a random thing out of there. So that's all fine as well. So we go Traveler's Boon. We've probably can't Terrifying Nightmares again, can we? No, probably not. So we would go Aid from the Spirit Speakers. These are all cards that can move stuff on this board right now by the looks of things. More or less, at least. Call to Isolation, I think, can do it as well. Yeah. And then what else? Some of the other slow to fast stuff. Maybe like Paths Tied by Nature or something like that. So Call to ISO solves that. Aid from the Spirit Speakers, actually, we don't need to solve that anymore. That one will be solved. You still need to solve this, though. That doesn't get solved by the weave because it only deals 9 damage in there. Pat's Tide by nature can solve that. So Pat's Tide solves this. Call to ISO can solve this. Traveler's Boon, can you solve this? Yeah, I guess by Serpent Wakeson's power. Yeah, we can solve that with Traveler's Boon. Still have this. How do we solve that? Good question. Oh yeah, we've more card plays, don't we? Yeah. We have, what else do we have? We have, I guess if we play Offer Passage, we can use that with the aid. That can help. I guess in theory we just have Weave twice, don't we? Power Storm plus Weave is actually probably just the answer here. So we Power Storm, Weave in there with this, and then we Weave here with this. Does that just solve almost everything? I think it probably does. And then we move one presence up there. Now we don't have to move presence in there. Technically, we don't have to move presence in there, but we do have these two that we need to get solved. Set them on an ever-twisting trail. Might get one of them done. No. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll get 3 off. Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. I think I just weave loads, and then I think it's fine. So I'm looking at all these convoluted solutions. I think I just weave loads, and I just clear the whole board. So what I need to do is figure out if Fractured can do the Power Storm thing. So Fractured, Reclaimed, go 2 off the top. I'll give me 2 more energy. I'll have 3 card plays, and I'll have 3 slips. So my 3 card plays are Power Storm, Gift of Living, Energy. I have the 2 air, which I said never matters, and it's going to matter here potentially. And then I can play whatever after that. It's not really going to matter. Are these all cards in my hand? Yeah, I think they are. It's a million cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 0, and then a 1 cost, I guess. I'll just play Blur. Give me max elements, or yeah, whatever. Is there anything that can move anything here? No. Okay, so I'm still going to need some elements to get this right, but that's fine because we can get the elements. But doing this is more or less the stone nuts. So reclaim cards, move a presence, and then that gives me 1 move of presence. I need probably almost none, in fact. So we'll come back to that, because if I weave from there to there, that's pretty nice. Weave to there, and then I weave to, I think we said there. I do 3 weaves. That clears almost the entire board, except for a handful of small little lands, and then we just solve those small little lands. Assuming I have the energy to be able to do this. Power Storm is going to give me, I actually now have the thing, so that's going to give me 3 and 6. So I'll have 6 more in the bank to be able to work with on Finder's side to try get the whole clean sweep. And this is at this point, so actually if I move 1 presence from our boy Serpent to one of these lands over here, that can pick off those 2. So moving 1 presence, for example, up to this land can work. I'm going to change these colors so I know what I'm doing. 1, 2. I'm going to remove these because they were isolates on the previous turn, I think. Were they? Oh no, they were lands I was solving this turn. But that's okay. So they're the 2 weave lands. And then if I add a presence there, that picks off those couple of bits. So now this whole side of the board is all solved by the eruption, because I'm only moving 1 presence out of here, which means this is now adjacent to 12, and it will kill that. So that whole board is solved with just moving 1 presence. We're doing 12 over here, so this whole board is solved. This is solved apart from 1 explorer. So right now we have this land, which needs to move a single explorer, which I can do with the set them on an ever-twisting trail. And then the only other lands I care about at this point is that one and I think that one, which I just solved with my innate, and we're done. Okay, I think we figured it out. And I think the way in which I do this is I go reclaim cards, move a presence. And actually, in fact, what I can just do here is I can just say add a presence to a land without blight to make this even easier. So move a presence by 1. Don't even need it, because then I'm going to go add a presence to a land without blight, which I will move across range 3. 1. Oh, can I move range 3? No, I can't, but I can move it once, and then I can go 1, 2, 3. So it actually did matter. So that's both of those things done. Gain my 12. So I think I have this now. Just going to go ahead and play it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 6. And I think this is a full board sweep at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put this other stuff in my hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. On the side of Finder, I actually need very little in the end, except for the weave. Don't even think I need the Traveler's Boon really, or almost anything else. The only things that I need here are weave by 3 plus my innate. So as long as I hit the elements for the innate, I'm good. And I think I can do that with just like 3 card plays. So they're the extra that I'm going to be getting. So I'll start with this, play this, and that gives me my full innate. And then I think if I just don't mess around with any of the rest of the stuff, and then I just do the slip 3 times. So just to be clear, the other thing I definitely need to do here is I need to form a sacred site. But I believe I can do that no problem. Take this back. We said here that was 1 problem, and then I think everything else. Oh no, this one as well. No, that gets solved by that. Actually, that gets solved by that as well, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't, but that's okay. Yeah, it was 1, 2. Yeah, that was solved. Yeah. No, we have it here, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this thing. We have to move a presence by 1 with Finder, and we'll do that. And it doesn't really matter where we move it from, so we'll just move it from there to there. We now have the sacred site that we need, which is all good. Actually, no, we do need to think about where we're moving our presence here. So bear with me a second. We need a presence in that land as well, but we can do that with our fast prolif. So that's fine. Okay. Now I think we have it. So let us go through the process. Oh yeah, we also have the move with the building thing as well. Push 1 town city from one of your lands. Funny, I can't actually push the explorer. but that's okay. It's not going to matter here. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, yeah, we can just push you in there. Why not? Push you in there. Okay, that's with the with this, and then we don't have to care about the set them on the ever twisting trail after all. Okay, finally, let's go ahead. I'll take a beer. I'll pour the rest of my beer to have a celebratory sip when I'm finished. This was supposed to be a fast game, but hopefully, if you've reached the end of this, you have understood why this didn't end up being particularly fast, because it is bloody action intensive. Okay, we gained all our energy, paid for our stuff, I believe. That's fine. Gift to living energy gives 3 energy to Finder. Power Storm gives 3 energy to Finder. Over here, Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky. Oh yeah, I forgot about this as well. This could have just cleared these other 2 things potentially. No, not quite. But it's funny. Exaltation. Oh yeah, I had to place a presence. Place it there. Yeah, Exaltation. 3 damage somewhere. It really isn't going to matter. Sure, kill that, and then we will kill whatever. Can't kill any of those 10s. We'll kill 3 explorers. We'll just kill a bunch of explorers with that. Fine. Extra card plays. Mirror the Unknown is not going to do it. No. Okay. Whatever. We'll play set them on the Ever Twisting Trail. Cost us 1. We'll use it to push this into here. Or gather, whatever. Next thing that we will do is we'll give Serpent an extra card play, which it won't use. It's funny, actually. I guess it probably can use it again, because if I absorb, I give myself the 3. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, because it'd be 3. Yeah, no, I won't have enough this turn, I don't think. That's fine. Absorb. Oh, yeah, this does matter. So we need to give you a moon, so we'll absorb 1 of your presents. You get an energy as well, just for gits and shiggles. Gift of the Primordial Deeps will give you another moon. We're not even going to bother picking up the card at this point, because we're done with all of that. So that gives you your 3 moon now. You've got your 3 air, 4 air, whatever. You've got all of your sun. So now you have the max slip. You've got 3 times. So we've got 3 slips online there. Gift of Flowing Power, yeah, whatever. We can give Finder an extra card play. It won't matter. We'll give it Call to Isolation just to get it out of our hand 1 time. That's an energy. Elemental Ages won't matter. Boom won't matter. Left and 8. Let's go. 1 energy each. Why not? 1, 1, 1, 1. We all get a prolif. 1. Don't have a prolif. Over here we have a key prolif into there. That's going to give us back in there. Why not? Another Sacred Site. And then over here, from Finder's perspective, or from Shifting Memories perspective, we'll actually go in there, and we now have the win without Finders Left in 8 at all. So with Traveler's Boon, pull you in there. And then we'll go and we will do the necessary. Elementally, we know what it's the same situation as last time. So we'll teachings. No, first of all, we'll give something out. With Lure the Unknown, with Mentor, we'll give something out, and we'll generate some elements off that. Whatever, it's a fire and a moon, whatever. Throw away Lure the Unknown. We'll give it into play on the side of Fractured. That cost us 1 of these, didn't it? I don't know. It cost us 1 of them as well. I'm not really sure. And then Elemental Teachings, we make 1 of these plus the 2 that we just made off giving out Lure the Unknown. Give the 3 of these over to Serpent. That's going to give them the max in 8. Let me just count to be sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we needed Actually, we needed, I think, a plant to give us the left innate. So now, I suppose I'll give Lure over to instead of giving it to Fractured, I'll give Lure to Serpent, so that they actually have access to two relevant things here. So they don't actually even need any of their any elements anymore. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, and then they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so they have everything without using their any elements. So why not? Let's just go bananas and take 2 animal elements as our annies on the last turn, just for the crack. Take 2 animal, just why not? Just in case the event does something against us. So that's fine. Now, we will weave Sacred Site, range 1 of a Sacred Site into that land. I'm going to link these 2 lands with weave together the Fabric of Place. Done. Then I'm going to Power Storm. We already did Power Storm. We're going to repeat weave. Range 1 from a Sacred Site, here to here. That is now considered the same land as that. 1, 2, 3. They're all one land at the moment. And then finally, I'm going to slip the flow of time. I'll do it once. It doesn't even matter. I'll pick up weave, and then I'll replay it again for 4. And then I'll use it, and I will make this land adjacent to that land. And actually, I can get greedy here, and I can weave another time just for the crack. So I will. I'll slip again, and I'll weave one more time, and I'll weave over into this land over here. And then that meant I never even had to move my presence with Snake in the first place. Can't believe it. The EV. I left the EV. It was the important EV. You know what? I'm undoing it. I'm putting that presence back. I'm not moving that presence over there. We didn't care about it. We didn't have to do that. Sure, technically I did 1 damage over in that land. I'm going to undo that 1 damage. I'm going to give my exaltation damage back, and I'm going to put that back in there. This is now open the ways as well. So this one, oh, what was it? How many times did I play this? 4 times. 1, 2, 3. That one up there. Get in there, son. You're open as well. They're all open. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't care about any of the rest of the stuff. Everything just dies now. So now we go. That was the left innate. Now we go right innate. Pace 7. 1, 2, 3, 7. In every land on the board. Do 13 damage. Is that the case? I mean, in every land on the board, deal at least 13 damage. Yeah. I need to add it up. We need to do the maths. So, okay, in this land, I mean, it's 13 everywhere, right? So that kills this land, this land, this land, this land, this land. These are solved. This land. This is this. They're the same land, which means all of this is adjacent to this. So it all takes 13 damage. This is adjacent to that. It takes 13 damage. Over here, this is this. So all of this is adjacent to it. It takes 13 damage. This takes 13 damage. That's adjacent to this. It takes 13 damage. You're adjacent. You take 13 damage. Up there, unlucky for some, 13 damage. 13, 13, 13, and would you believe it? The last little known survivor on the island, he also takes 13 damage. Oh, look at you cheeky little sneaky so-and-so. You take 13 damage. And all of that makes a bunch of fear. Yes! We did it! Yes! We did it. It has been a long long road to get here. 6-6 journey. All of them defeated. All 28 defeated. With all 30, what, 37 spirits, I think? 37 spirits, something like that. Oh, man. These 4 on the table picked up a lot of wins along the way. Let me tell you, these were some of my most winningest spirits for sure. I think this is the 7th win I have with Serpent. Probably got similar with Fractured and Finder as well. Shifting Memory is maybe 6. Starlight's another one that I got a lot of wins with. They're the kind of probably the 5 that I won the most with. Because they're just all broken. But man, I mean, in a way, it's anticlimactic because this was never a game from the first turn. Yeah. I mean, look, this team is what it is. I talked about it in the primer, so I won't go on about it here. But it's just a nonsense. This team, it is absolutely ridiculous. You just have an answer to everything. Age is so dumb. It's just so dumb. It just prevents you from losing to almost anything. And then the things that you do lose to, which are the building loss conditions for the most part, which is like England, maybe France, Finder just solves those problems for you. Between these 2 spirits, they completely offset the other's weaknesses. It's like almost a perfect combination. What a journey. What a road. I'll have to do the maths on what I did on that board there, because that's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. It doesn't duplicate, does it? Because, yeah, basically that land didn't get hit. Look at that cheeky land down there. That one didn't get hit. I think it's the only land on the board that didn't get hit, is it? No, that one either. Oh, my dear. That one didn't, but I could have opened the ways up into that one, so that one would have gotten hit. Suppose that one didn't either, did it? Yeah, okay, there was a couple of lands that didn't get hit. Nearly after spilling beer all over my board game. Thank God I didn't. Yeah, there was maybe... So look. That one didn't. Sorry. That one didn't. That one didn't. That one didn't. And I think the rest did. Because that one was open the ways up there. That corner one got opened. All of these were hit. That wasn't. That wasn't. This was. All of that was. So there were one... Sorry, that's gone. Because that was definitely hit. And it's all just one action, right? So it doesn't double up or whatever. So it's 1, 2, 3 lands that didn't get hit. I'm going to do the maths. Calculator. So it's 3 lands that didn't get hit. There's 8 lands per board, so that's 32. So 29 lands that all got hit for 13 damage. 377 damage on the final turn of the game. And actually, I suppose I also got the 6 damage off of the beginning of the innate as well. So what did I say? 377, 383 damage on 1 quake. Oh dear! And if that is not a way to sign off the 6-6 journey, I really genuinely don't know what is. It's been a pleasure. This is going to be me putting 6-6 to bed on the channel for a while. There's been a whole bunch of big, heavy, long games. If you're with me, if you stuck with me, again, such a huge thank you. This is going to be more or less the last thing that I post before season 2. So this was kind of the end of my mid sort of season kind of journey into madness, and now I'm going to get back to normal. I'm going to go back to playing regular 6 games. I'm going to go back to speed play. Not back to, I'm going to go to speed play, because this kind of stuff is just crazy, and there's very few people that can sit and watch this. If you're one of them, again, I love you. You're the best. Thank you for being here. Hit me in the comments if you've enjoyed the journey. If you're new to the channel and you just came here to look at this thing and you stuck around, let me know what you think. There's plenty of other videos with this kind of crazy stuff in the background. But look, I need to go to bed. I need to get stuff done tomorrow. Big win for United today. Big win for me. Big win for all the spirits in Spirit Island getting to the end of this journey. And big win together. We're figuring stuff out, and we're doing it one crazy game at a time. So yeah, look, hit the subscribe, hit the thing, hit the like, hit the share, do all the good stuff, and let's keep the momentum and the good vibes going. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you next time. Take it easy.